Chapter 30, 199. Chen Zhao looked down at Jormungandr. This is the consequence of taking other people's things. Chen Zhao said mockingly. Roar, you haven't won yet. Really? Chen Zhao raised his hand again. Hundreds of small golden celestial bodies appeared above his head. Although they were small, they were still a few kilometers in diameter. Right now, you can't stop me from doing anything. Although the hundreds of golden celestial bodies were unable to cause apocalyptic destruction like the previous large golden celestial bodies, they were still powerful enough to destroy the Armageddon. However, it still possessed astonishing destructive power. Hundreds of golden lights descended. Jormungandr shot out a golden lightning pillar from his mouth. Only half of the smaller golden bodies were destroyed. More than half of the golden celestial bodies still bombarded the ground. Jormungandr was finally unable to maintain the golden domain. Chen Zhao also retracted his golden domain. He landed in front of Jormungandr. Jormungandr's body had yet to fully recover. The third round begins now. Roar! Jormungandr roared and charged at Jin Si. Jin Si also rushed towards Jormungandr. The brutal hand-to-hand combat began. Gaia and the others were currently high up in the sky. They witnessed the goddess Gaia being torn apart by Jormungandr. And now they witnessed Jormungandr being torn apart by Chen Zhao. Piece by piece, the flesh was torn off. In terms of brutality, Chen Zhao was no worse than Jormungandr. That scene was simply too exciting. During this process, the black substance constantly shuttled through Jormungandr's broken body. At this moment, the golden light on Gaia's body separated and transformed into a golden figure. Although he had no facial features, he could tell from his figure that it was Chen Zhao. Chin. Gaia was stunned. Aren't you going to eat a piece? That's the flesh of the world snake. You should be able to digest it. At this moment, a huge piece of flesh fell below Gaia. When it landed on the boiling hot ground, it actually emitted a rich, meaty aroma. Old Ankh and the others drooled. That can we eat it? Feel free if you're not afraid of being stuffed to death, Chen Zhao said casually. Without a strong digestive system, you'll explode if you eat it. Everyone thought about it and gave up on the idea. Gaia saw Chen encouraging her. She didn't need to worry about anything. Everyone was envious that Gaia had a friend like Chen Zhao. If anything happened, Chen Zhao would help her. However, the battle in the distance had yet to end. Or rather, the tyranny was not over yet. Jormungandr's life force was extremely tenacious. In fact, as long as his origin wasn't completely taken away, as long as this world was not completely destroyed, he would never truly die. Of course, he did it on purpose. Chen Zhao didn't plan on devouring the origin of this world. He did not want to be like Jormungandr, bound to this world. Chen Zhao only devoured Jormungandr's flesh essence. He kept absorbing the origin energy from the world origin to repair his body. Then Chen Zhao would take the essence of his flesh and blood, as well as his life force. At this moment, Jormungandr was a converter. Rather than saying that Chen Zhao was stealing Jormungandr's essence, it was more like he was stealing the essence of the world. Chen Zhao fused the excess power into his inner world. Jormungandr realized what Chen Zhao wanted to do, but there was nothing he could do. One wrong step, and every step would be wrong. Chen Zhao wouldn't give him a chance to turn the tables. In the beginning, Jormungandr was unwilling. He was looking for every opportunity to turn the tables. In the end, he gave up completely. But now, the initiative was no longer in his hands. It was difficult for him to die, even if he wanted to. The dark magma had completely spread to every corner of his body. It kept destroying his functions, but it couldn't kill him completely. This feeling was too painful. The dark magma kept returning to Chen Zhao's body, returning a large amount of essence to him. At the same time, more dark magma surged out of Chen Zhao's body and seeped into Jormungandr's. Jormungandr knew that Chen Zhao wouldn't stop until he and the world were drained dry. What Qin Zhao did was crueler than him. He had stolen the origin of this world from Gaia. Qin Zhao, on the other hand, crushed it, turned it into his own power, and then devoured it. Although their actions were essentially the same, the process was crueler. If possible, Jormungandr wanted to treat Gaia like Qin Zhao did, but he didn't have an inner world that could contain such a large amount of essence. At most, he could only do the same things as Gaia and grasp the same power. Jormungandr didn't fundamentally surpass Gaia. This was also the fundamental difference between him and Qin Zhao, because from the beginning to the end, they were standing at different heights. This was the true reason why he lost. Even if Qin Zhao didn't use the dark magma, Jormungandr's defeat was only a matter of time, because his weakness had always been exposed to Qin Zhao. Unless one day he could merge the world's origin into his body and turn it into his own inner world. But he had no chance. Qin Zhao wouldn't give him this chance. Rather than violence, it would be more accurate to say that it was a gluttonous feast. Qin Zhao didn't even let Jormungandr's soul go. He didn't even leave bones behind. Jormungandr's soul was very strong. Even without a body, his soul was as strong as a god's. But in Qin Zhao's eyes, this strength was meaningless. Even at his peak, he wasn't Qin Zhao's match. After losing his body, he couldn't threaten Qin Zhao at all. This world had completely become a dead planet. Qin Zhao didn't pity Gaia. They weren't on the same side. He, Jormungandr, and Gaia could be said to be on 3 different sides. In the first battle between Jormungandr and Gaia, if Gaia was the winner, she would probably have to fight Qin Zhao too. Qin Zhao was quite glad that it was Jormungandr who won. Jormungandr's control of power and the world's origin was definitely not as good as Gaia's. If it was Gaia, the battle wouldn't have ended so easily. After completely defeating Jormungandr, Qin Zhao opened a spatial crack with Gaia and the others. They were in an unfamiliar sea. Just then, Qin Zhao found a huge beast floating below. Leviathan. However, Leviathan was already dead by then. It was the entrance to that world and the incarnation of Gaia. Gaia was dead, so it naturally died with her. But it was still full of treasures. Qin Zhao put Leviathan away. Everyone sighed. This adventure was finally over. But this adventure had brought them quite a lot. Qin Zhao found the treasure left by the Pirate King. But because of the battle between Qin Zhao and Jormungandr, the treasure was almost destroyed. Because of the battle between Qin Zhao and Jormungandr, it was almost destroyed. But even though it was less than 20%, it was still a shocking amount. Chapter 30, 200. Even if this wealth was split among everyone, it would still be shocking. Of course, Qin Zhao would get more. Preliminary calculations showed that it was worth more than $2 billion. Although Qin Zhao got most of it, no one objected. But no one objected. What a joke. Anyone who disagreed with Qin Zhao now would only be looking for trouble. Qin Zhao could take them back to the mainland. Qin Zhao could take them back to the mainland. But they'd come out with Becky Lalisa. If they went back and Becky Lalisa went missing, it would still be quite troublesome. Even Qin Zhao couldn't avoid it. So, Qin Zhao didn't plan to fly back directly. Instead, he called West and asked him to make the necessary arrangements. Mr. Qin, if you need anything in the future, just find me. Old Ankh wanted to be related to Qin Zhao now. Robert, Farmalotti, and Achilles all rolled their eyes secretly. Of course they knew what Old Ankh was thinking. Actually, they had similar thoughts too, but they were too embarrassed to say it. If I really need anything, I'll find you. Qin Zhao didn't reject Old Ankh. Of course, it was more likely that they'd never talk to each other again after going back. As for whether they'd talk nonsense, they had to have the courage to do so. They stayed on the island for a day. The next day, West brought a boat. After everyone boarded, they all heaved a long sigh of relief. West, how's your arrangement? It's done, West said. You and Becky Lalisa were attacked by magical beasts at sea. Most people died. You're the survivors. Yeah, that's more like it. Chen Zhao nodded. Everyone boarded the boat and returned to the coastal waters. An unfamiliar boat suddenly appeared before them. Logically speaking, it was very likely that they'd encounter other boats in the coastal waters. They shouldn't have any other thoughts. However, the boat was very conspicuous. It was completely painted black. It didn't look like a normal boat either. Instead, its entire body was radiating light, making it look like a bullet. Everyone looked at it. Their first impression was that it wasn't a normal boat, and that black ship was coming for them. Just then, a Gaia opened on the top of the boat and a cannon rose. Yazhawk cannon. West frowned. "They're from Repulse Bay," said Milady. West was surprised. "President, are you related to the people of Shallow Water Bay?" Yes, there was a conflict with the people of Repulse Bay during this operation. Familati was quite familiar with Shallow Water Bay. If it was in the past, she would definitely not want to provoke Shallow Water Bay. It was very troublesome to be enemies with Shallow Water Bay. But now she was not worried at all. These people had come to cause trouble for Chen Zhao. He was really tired of living. Sure enough, the battle ended after 20 minutes. It was an uneventful battle. If it wasn't to keep them alive, they wouldn't have needed 20 minutes. Perhaps it was only a minute or a second. Chen Zhao wasn't interested in how West and the others interrogated the Repulse Bay members. West had a way of making them talk. Not long after, the interrogation ended. The members of Shallow Water Bay were all villains of the supernatural world, but they were definitely not warriors. Not to mention loyalty. That was why West didn't use much torture before they confessed everything. Shallow Water Bay was an American supernatural organization, but they didn't train spiritualists. They only accepted spiritualists who had been expelled from their original organizations. So the members of Shallow Water Bay were very mixed. The organization's internal structure was rather loose. Apart from being members of Shallow Water Bay, most of the members had a second or third identity. There was a headquarters, but it was just a few insignificant people. Apart from a few low-level members who stayed behind, the other members mostly maintained their identities on the surface. They would only gather when there was a mission or when there were benefits to be gained. They attacked Chen Zhao because of Xianzheng's information. Before the ocean-going ship was swallowed by Leviathan, Xianzheng had already spread the news. Before Shallow Water Bay attacked, they even specially investigated Chen Zhao's identity. They realized that Chen Zhao was actually rich, a very, very rich person. So this time they acted under the name of taking revenge for Xianzheng. However, all the members who participated actually had the thought of making a huge sum of money. They probably couldn't imagine what kind of person they wanted to deal with. "President, do we kill them all or lock them up?" "Bring them back and lock them up for a while. Let them leave their magic behind." This was the habit of the supernatural organization. Every time they caught a spiritualist, they would first leave a magic record. This was to strengthen the organization's foundation. Although they started late, they were developing very quickly. "What about Shallow Water Bay? Give me the information about Shallow Water Bay. I'll warn their boss." "President, I have some information about the Magic High School that appeared in San Francisco last time." "Is that Magic High School reliable?" "It's hard to say, Garp," West said helplessly. West said helplessly, "There are 3 founders of the Sorcerer's High School. Before the Spirit Tide, they were all mediocre in the spirit world. I don't know if they were influenced by the Spirit Tide and stimulated their potential. Compared to before the Spirit Tide, they are very powerful now. Also, the source of the funds they used to build the school is unknown. In other words, there's something wrong with them. They don't participate in the management and teaching of the school. They seem to treat this as an investment. I've personally interacted with them and didn't find any unclean magic on them. Secondly, the teachers in the school vary in strength, but they are all ordinary spiritualists. We can find out where they come from. Other than the high tuition fees, there's nothing to criticize. School has already started, and the school has recruited about 200 young students. Maybe because of the Harry Potter movie, the students all treat magic high schools as Hogwarts. What about the environment in the school? Are there any hidden dangers? I didn't find any traces of dangerous magic in the school either. What about the professors' classes? What's the specific content? The main subject is magic. There are practical courses and theoretical courses. Currently, there are 4 subjects: enhancement, elemental, curse, and nature. Chapter 3201. Does the government allow this magic school to exist? No. I don't know what kind of agreement the school has with the government, but at least the school isn't being obstructed or troubled by the government. West paused and then said, or the school itself is connected to the government. Since he confirmed that there was nothing sinister about the magic school, Qin Zhao relaxed. As for the connection with the government, Qin Zhao didn't care too much. Qin Zhao didn't care too much about this. Being connected to the government made him feel more at ease. After all, the government was synonymous with safety most of the time. After returning home, Qin Zhao prepared gifts for everyone in the house. These gifts were all taken from the treasures of Treasure Island. They were all ordinary items, but they could be sold for a shocking price in an auction house. The next day, when Frigga came to teach little Jerlin and Larissa, Qin Zhao handed Frigga a pendant. Qin Zhao gave Frigga a pendant. Ms. Frigga, this is for you. When Frigga saw the pendant, her eyes flashed with surprise. Is Jormungandr dead? Yes, he is. Frigga didn't ask about the process. This result was a bit surprising, but it was reasonable. After all, everyone knew how powerful this human was. Now, only she and Bader were still alive among the Norse gods. Of course, this was referring to people with names. Actually, there were still some Norse gods who weren't that famous. Most of the powerful gods obeyed the rules of the human race. They hid among the humans incognito. Frigga sighed with emotion. Jormungandr was the strongest among the Norse gods. Although he was Loki's child, Jormungandr was far more powerful than Loki. But even Jormungandr couldn't escape from Qin Zhao's clutches in the end. Frigga wasn't sad about this, though. After all, even when Jormungandr was alive, he didn't have a good relationship with her. After all, Jormungandr was a general in the Dusk camp, but she was the queen of Odin's camp. Lady Frigga, can I ask you a question? What kind? Education. Go ahead. Diddela wants to go to a magic school to learn magic. What do you think? Should I agree to her request? Why are you hesitating? Frigga asked. If it's just for magic knowledge, Qin Zhao said, I can provide much more than the school. But what the school can provide is far more than just magic knowledge. Magic requires communication, Frigg said. Under the same conditions, the one who communicates is destined to have an easier time learning magic than the one who imparts magic knowledge privately. In other words, you approve of her enrollment. Of course, it's not just her. I think the future Jerlin and Larissa should also go to that school. Qin Zhao chuckled. I thought you would say that the knowledge taught in mortal schools is definitely not as good as your magic knowledge. This depends on the upper limit of Didi's talent. If the magic knowledge taught by the school can reach her upper limit, then I believe that no one will be better than me in learning after the upper limit. But before the upper limit, there won't be too much of a gap between the knowledge taught by the school and me. In fact, the atmosphere is very important in learning any kind of knowledge. This is also why human children, even if their families are rich, still choose to enter the school rather than hire a tutor. Then you won't be able to show your value. You're Jerlin and Larissa's private tutor now. They're different. I'm only giving them the basics now. Also, no school can teach them the upper limit of their talent. Just then, Stephen's car arrived. Qin Zhao went to the door to welcome him. Stephen, why are you here? To borrow money, Stephen said straightforwardly. Huh, you didn't solve the financial crisis last time? Qin Zhao remembered that Stephen had organized an auction when he'd had a financial crisis. Some items were sold at high prices, but when Chen Zhao asked, Stephen said that he'd already solved the problem. I thought I solved it, Stephen said helplessly. Then can you tell me about it? I invested in a company and now I have absolute control of the company. However, the company's financial situation is not ideal, and it is still burning money. Once the continuous investment is interrupted, then the nearly $1 billion I have invested will be wasted. What company? Logically speaking, Stephen knew financial rules and order better than Chen Zhao. He also knew the risks of the financial industry, so Chen Zhao didn't have to remind him. However, the more knowledgeable you were about finance, the deeper you'd sink if you got greedy. It's not a normal company. What industry is it in? Or does it produce something? This company is not a regular company, Stephen said awkwardly. What kind of company is it? Stephen thought for a moment and said, it researches alchemy. Chen Zhao frowned. Stephen, are you looking to die? You know nothing about the spiritual world or magic world. How dare you invest in alchemy? Can you tell the types and effects of alchemy? Stephen didn't say anything. He just sat there with his head lowered. How much money do you need? In the end, Chen Zhao decided to lend Stephen the money. No matter what, just Stephen's name was worth $1 billion. If it were someone else, Chen Zhao wouldn't lend him money. But Stephen was different. He definitely had the ability to repay. The company is currently researching a magic potion to regrow severed limbs. Chen Zhao suddenly turned around and looked at Stephen. A potion that could recover the body in a short time could be sold for at least $1 million on the black market in the spiritual world. This kind of alchemy potion was also extremely expensive in the spiritual world. Stephen's company actually wanted to research such a potion. First of all, the raw materials needed to make the potion would cost millions. This meant that any one of their research department's research would cost millions. This meant that even Chen Zhao might not be able to afford such an expensive company. The most important thing was, so what if they managed to figure it out? There were already such alchemy potions in the spiritual world. This company was researching other people's products that were already mature. At this time, their alchemy would definitely not be able to compete with other people's products. Unless Stephen wanted to reduce the cost and price of the potion to a few $1,000s. But was that possible? Chapter 3202. Do you know that such potions have existed in the spiritual world for a long time? Chen Zhao asked. I know. I think that if we combine science and magic, we might be able to make the potion at a lower cost. Chen Zhao was speechless. He looked at Stephen. Did the person in charge of the company tell you this? Yes. Is there a problem? You're a typical expert trying to trick a layman. Can you even find the person? I've been tricked. You know that alchemy and magic all have magic formulas. When the raw materials are combined, they form a magic circuit or a magic formation. You can replace magic with magic, but it's impossible to replace magic with science right now. It's like how cars need gasoline. Current technology can't replace gasoline with water. Maybe it'll be possible in a few hundred or a few thousand years, but definitely not now. Stephen's expression grew more and more ugly. But they only buy expensive raw materials. I've seen their accounts. Do you have their accounts? Stephen thought for a moment. Then he took out a printed account and handed it to Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao glanced at it and said, Wait here for a moment. A few minutes later, Chen Zhao returned with 2 plants. Do you recognize these 2 plants? This is... Stephen looked at the 2 identical plants, confused. I'm not a botanist. One of them is the fierce heart grass on the account. It's one of the main ingredients of the arm regrowth potion. It's worth around $500,000 on the market. What about this one? Isn't it also fierce heart grass? No, it's just a regular plant. It's called white rose. They're almost the same. Yes, only people who use magic can tell the difference, Chen Zhao said. That's what the company you control uses to trick investors like you, or rather, suckers. Qin Zhao paused. They're colluding with the raw materials, or they're in cahoots. Also, if you want to participate in the market for the arm regrowth potion, you need to find an alchemist. Find a few reliable alchemists and form a research team, not a company with unknown qualifications. Chen Zhao didn't need to say the rest. With Stephen's business knowledge, he already knew. Once the crux of the matter was pointed out, many doubtful points would turn into proofs. How much did you invest? Qin Zhao asked. The total investment is about $1 billion US. In fact, Stephen's loss was more than $3 billion US if he included the mortgage and the like. Where is their company located? In Las Vegas. Las Vegas, New Magic Technology. Have you evaluated their company? Yes, I've looked into it beforehand, and I've also seen their clinical trials. Clinical trials are useless. They can buy a bottle of real medicine from the market in advance. For a layman like you, this kind of experiment is indeed very shocking. Or there is another method that is more economical. Perhaps they are looking for a spiritualist with powerful regeneration abilities, such as this. With that, Chen Zhao cut his finger. The wound on his finger healed at a visible speed. Stephen slumped onto the sofa. He couldn't accept the fact that he had invested all his fortune into a group of swindlers. One had to know that Stephen was an investment expert himself. Back then, Stephen had even helped Qin Zhao deal with some financial problems. Now, Chen Zhao couldn't just ignore Stephen's situation. Let's go. Take me to see those swindlers. Let's see how much we can recover. No, we're not calling the police. Stephen asked, stunned. How much do you think the police can help you recover? Or can the police handle spiritualists? Can you? Let magic solve magic's problems. Chen Zhao also called West and asked him to gather the members who weren't on missions. From Stephen's description, the company had quite a lot of people. If Chen Zhao was alone, there would inevitably be some who slipped through the net. He had to catch them all at once. A group of people arrived in Las Vegas in a grandiose manner. Stephen's face was filled with worry. After all, he had gambled almost all of his fortune on this operation. He had considered many solutions. Calling the police was one. Or he could have a showdown and negotiate with them. If he couldn't get the money back, he would basically have to file for bankruptcy. Or he could borrow more money from Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao couldn't guarantee anything. After all, the money was in the bank. He didn't know how many accounts it had been split into. If he wanted to recover the money, he could only arrest all the people involved in the scam. Stephen gave Chen Zhao a list of everyone he knew. Then, Chen Zhao would arrange the arrests. Under the night sky, Qin Zhao and Stephen arrived before a villa. Mr. Allor, where are you now? Mr. Stephen, what's up? I'm here to talk about the follow-up investment. Oh, I see. I'm at home. Do you want to come? Or we can talk at the company tomorrow. I'm at your door, Stephen said. Just then, the door to the villa opened. Qin Zhao and Stephen walked in. They saw Allor in the living room. Qin Zhao glanced at Allor. He looked like an elite in the workplace. Even though he was wearing casual clothes at home, he still gave off a decent vibe. Mr. Stephen, who's this? My friend, Stephen said. You can call him Qin. Oh, he's in the same industry as you. Hello, Mr. Chen. Allor was surprised, but he was still calm. He shook Qin Zhao's hand. Mr. Stephen, what do you want to talk about this time? I want to divest, Stephen said. Divest? Why? Allor looked at Chen Zhao from the corner of his eyes. Since he was in the same trade as him, did he hear any bad news from him? I missed the market. Anyway, I want to get my money back, not a single cent less. Mr. Stephen, the money you invested has been converted into research in the laboratory. I'm afraid you won't be able to get the money back. However, you can try to sell the shares in your hands. Although you are not optimistic about it, I believe that our company's future is still very popular. Mr. Allor, I'm afraid you've misunderstood me. Not only do I want to sell my shares, but I also want to get back all the money I invested. Chapter 3203. Smiling, Allor looked at Stephen. Mr. Stephen, are you joking with me? Not really. Stephen shook his head. At the same time, he took out a document. I have evidence that you and your company are committing fraud. Stephen had collected all the companies that Allor had bought materials from. They were all fake. In other words, the materials that Allor had bought with Stephen's investment were illegal. Mr. Stephen, you have to understand that many magic materials aren't normal purchases. People don't know about the magic material merchants, so they don't go through any procedures. I don't care. I only know that you're using my funds illegally, so you only have one choice. Return my money to me. What if I refuse? Allor still didn't care. I'll hire the best lawyer and apply to freeze your bank account, as well as any account that has any transaction records with your bank account. No matter how many parts you split my money into, no matter how many times you transfer it, it'll still end up in my pocket, Stephen said casually. You can deceive me in your field, but in the field that I'm good at, you won't be able to fight back, Stephen said casually. Allor's expression darkened. Mr. Stephen, your thinking is very dangerous. Stephen was actually scared too. Nevertheless, Qin Zhao gave him an encouraging look. Stephen could only muster up his courage and continue. I'll make you lose everything. I'll use all my power so that you won't even be able to walk out. Everyone will know that you're a liar, both among the ordinary people and in the spiritual world. Allor was instantly enraged by Stephen's words. He suddenly flipped the table and threw it at Stephen. Stephen covered his head in fear, but the next moment the flying table froze in the air. Stephen put down his hands and stared at the suspended table in shock. Mr. Allor, Qin Zhao said, smiling, this house still needs to be used to pay off the debt, so please don't destroy any of the furniture or equipment here. Allor's expression changed. His 10 fingers suddenly turned into the sharp claws of a beast and swiped at Qin Zhao. However, his arm only swung halfway through the trajectory, and it was difficult for it to move even a single inch. You're really ugly right now, Qin Zhao said indifferently. Do you know what it means to admit defeat? Allor glared at him hatefully. I haven't lost yet, as long as you all die here. Huh. Qin Zhao chuckled. Please have some financial knowledge. Stephen can apply to freeze your account, but after you transfer the money 3 times, you won't be able to get it back. But from the moment you attacked, the nature changed, Qin Zhao said. Allor didn't want to say anything now. He just wanted to kill Qin Zhao and Stephen. Actually, Qin Zhao was fishing. But who cared? Qin Zhao had never been the kind of person who followed the rules. Originally, this could only be considered an ordinary financial dispute. Even if Stephen had evidence, he couldn't force Qin Zhao to act. But from the moment Allor made his move, the situation changed completely. It turned into a psychic attacking and deliberately murdering an investor. Qin Zhao took out his phone and called West. You can do it now. West and most of the supernatural organization members were in Las Vegas. They were stationed near most of the employees' residences and outside the fraud company. Allor tried to attack Qin Zhao and take his phone, but Qin Zhao only pointed and Allor was pressed against the wall by an invisible force. Stephen calmed down. It seemed that finding Qin Zhao was a wise choice. Allor was a druid. He tried to transform into a beast. But even so, he couldn't break free from Qin Zhao's control. At first, Stephen was worried that Allor would break free. But gradually, he realized that Allor was just putting on a one-man show. He kept tossing and turning, but in the end, he was still hanging in midair. Go and see if you can find any evidence or other hidden bank accounts. Stephen nodded and quickly went to rummage through the cabinets. At the same time, he took Allor's phone and computer with him. Allor, his employees, and even his partners, none of them escaped. Of course, some of the employees were innocent. They just treated it as an ordinary job. These people had to be screened. Soon, all of Allor's bank accounts, sub-accounts, and even related accounts were wiped out in one go. But Stephen only got half of his money back. Most of the money had been converted into other properties. Chen Zhao didn't have a good solution either. Modern finance created more opportunities, but it also brought a lot of shadows. Allor used his network to continuously send money in and out, spreading it across the financial network. It was already good enough that he could get back half of his money. Allor also confessed his accomplices. Then, Chen Zhao got back another 100 million for Stephen. This time, Stephen was greatly hurt by the scam. He didn't go bankrupt, but he was still in a lot of debt. Most of it was in the bank. In order to raise money, he'd mortgaged many properties to the bank. Chen Zhao could only lend money to Stephen and have him pay back the money and get the mortgaged assets back first. Stephen had become much more haggard these days. "Stephen, did you patch up the hole on your side?" "I basically did, but my assets have shrunk greatly." Stephen rubbed his forehead. When can Mystical Island open for business? Mystical Island was still under construction, but it had been hyped up by the media. Right now, Mystical Island was very popular. "You know my Petamon, right?" "Yes, that giant killer whale." "What's wrong with it?" "It's been a bit too big recently. I plan to make it public through Mystical Island." "Huh? What do you mean?" "Simply put, I plan to make it the guardian of Mystical Island." "Will it affect Mystical Island's brand image?" Stephen didn't want to cause any more trouble. After all, he'd already been hurt by the scam. Right now, Mystical Island was doing very well. He only hoped to maintain the situation until it officially opened to the public and tourists. Its appearance will shock the world. Are you so sure? Chapter 3204. Very soon, Qin Zhao and Stephen agreed on the specific steps. After seeing Amon's photo, Stephen no longer objected. Amon was a real beast now. In terms of size, he could even be considered legendary. Amon was more than 10,000 meters long. He was like a moving island in the sea. Moreover, Amon also had the ability to fly short distances, like a flying fortress. Everything was normal at home. After Chen, Zhao personally inspected the magic high school. He agreed to let Diddla go there. Of course, it was summer break now. School hadn't started yet. Diddla was working at the brewery now. It wasn't that Chen Zhao didn't give her pocket money. In fact, Diddla's pocket money was almost the income of a normal family. But for girls her age, no amount of money was enough. They would never know how to manage their money properly. Of course, Diddla was a bit of a spender, but she wouldn't really squander it. Also, after spending all the money, she wouldn't ask Qin Zhao for more. Instead, she went to work at the brewery. Because she was Chun Zhao's child, Denver easily hired Didira. After that, she called Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao didn't ask about it. It was Jerlin's birthday at the beginning of August. To celebrate Jerlin's birthday, the whole family went to the sea. During this time, Stephen's new movie was released. It was a collaboration between him and Drow Grove. The box office was very good. The global box office was over $6 billion. Both Drow and Stephen had benefited greatly from it, especially Drow Grove. He had invested in the movie. Although it wasn't a large portion, it was enough for him to pay off his debts and still have a surplus. He also returned to the ranks of A-list celebrities. Stephen didn't need to say much. Ever since he was tricked last time, he was a bit depressed. It was mainly because he had lost too much money. He couldn't recover from it. Now the movie was released. Although he hadn't gotten his share of the profits yet, he was already synonymous with success. Even his obvious assets were rapidly rising in value. It wasn't enough to make up for his previous losses, but at least he wasn't as nervous as before. Stephen's gloominess was swept away. Instead, he was in high spirits. "Qin, come here. I have something for you." Stephen called Qin Zhao. His movie was a huge success. Of course, he would not forget Qin Zhao's help. Qin Zhao arrived at Stephen's studio. He saw a bright red and yellow off-road vehicle parked at the entrance. It was twice the height of a normal sedan. Even though Chen Zhao wasn't a car enthusiast, he was still attracted by the off-road vehicle. Stephen walked out of the studio to welcome him. "Chin, what do you think about this car?" "Pretty good." "Then it's yours. Are you sure this big guy can get on the road?" "Of course. All the paperwork has been done." Stephen patted the car. Chen Zhao didn't reject the Jeep. This off-road vehicle was not produced by a well-known company. It was the product of a small workshop. Don't look down on small workshops. In fact, there were more than 3,000 small workshops in the United States. It was similar to privately modified cars, but it was much more high-end than privately modified cars. They have the technology, the ability, and the ideas. Moreover, they are licensed to produce cars. In other words, their product was not a toy, but a vehicle that could really go on the highway. This kind of small workshop only served private people. They did not display the finished product. They would only design and produce according to the customer's needs, from the parts to the engine. If the customer asked for a rocket engine, they could put it on. Of course, this kind of car clearly could not go on the highway. The technology of these small workshops was not as good as those big brands. In fact, these small workshops all had their own designers and engineers. Some big brands would even seek cooperation from these small workshops and buy the license for the car models. They would even seek joint designs. This was also proof of the American car industry's development. However, the lowest order for such private customization was at least $1 million. They would not even care for a few $100,000. As long as you could think of a request, they could almost satisfy it. Therefore, there were many private customization services that could produce cars worth tens of millions. For example, the car that Stephen had given Chen Zhao was at least $5 million. "Take me for a ride," Stephen said. Chen Zhao did not reject. Driving an off-road vehicle and a sports car were two completely different feelings. The vibration from the engine could not be felt in a sports car. On the road, it was like a monster. The scariest thing was the car's whistle. Because it was specially made, it could produce 120 decibels of noise. If Chen Zhao honked at a traffic light, he could shatter the windshields of the cars ahead. "Chin, are there no reliable investments in the spiritual world?" Stephen asked in the car. "Why do you have to invest in the spiritual world? Why don't you invest in something you're good at?" "You think I don't want to. But even in my area, there are not many projects that I can invest in. There are even fewer projects that can generate profits. In this era, entrepreneurs and investors only want the first wave of dividends, not long-term ones," Stephen said helplessly. "This has caused the investment environment to deteriorate. It's too difficult to find a good project, and my money is lying in my bank account, devaluing and losing money every second." Chen Zhao pursed his lips. He had 100 times more cash than Stephen. According to Stephen, he would lose 100 times more. But these were two different ways of thinking. Chen Zhao was a typical local tycoon. All he could see was money. To Chen Zhao, the so-called appreciation was not worth mentioning. Stephen, on the other hand, was a pure investor and businessman. In his eyes, it was a crime to have more than $10 million in cash in his account. There are some reliable organizations in the spiritual world. They're also profitable, but I can't guarantee that they'll be profitable. What about the supernatural organization? Stephen asked. Chen Zhao shook his head. It's a half-government organization and not a profit-making organization. It has no investment value and doesn't accept investments. Like many famous schools, the supernatural organization only accepted donations and funding. They did not accept investments. This meant that no matter what kind of money went into the supernatural organization's account, they could spend it however they wanted without any restrictions. Even if the members split all the money, they would not break any laws. In fact, this was what the supernatural organization had always done. Every year, The surplus would be distributed to the members as benefits. Chapter 3205. Actually, Stephen also wanted to find out more. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. The supernatural organization couldn't bring him any substantial benefits. Why do you have to set your sights on the spiritual world? Do you know what the spiritual world is? Of course I do. I know it better than you, Chen Zhao said, rolling his eyes. No, you don't. You don't even know what it is, Stephen said. Stephen said, right now in the financial world and the investment world, the spiritual world is a brand new resource. It's a completely undeveloped industry with a variety of possibilities and unlimited benefits. All the rich people are raising funds and looking for possible projects to invest in the spiritual world. You know, there are many people who have been tricked like me. It's a pity that they don't have a friend like you. When Stephen said that, there was a tinge of relief in his voice. Chen Zhao rubbed his forehead. Stephen, you're a director. No, I'm not just a director, Stephen said. I'll only be on the set for less than a month every 2 years. I'm a businessman the rest of the time. If people knew that the world's top director said he was more of a businessman than a director, the world would probably explode. Since you know that there are many scammers in the spiritual world and you've experienced it yourself, haven't you learned your lesson? Chin, I know you're looking out for me, but I can't give up. This is a huge, unprecedented cake. No capitalist will let go of this chance, Stephen said. Chin, you can't miss it either. I'm rich, but I'm not a capitalist. Chen Zhao shook his head, smiling. Huh. Stephen didn't argue with Chen Zhao. Chin, help me think what projects I can invest in. Chen Zhao felt that Stephen was a bit too obsessed. But Chen Zhao couldn't persuade Stephen. He was determined to invest in projects in the spiritual world. Nevertheless, Chen Zhao still helped Stephen think. How is it? Have you thought of one? Chen Zhao rubbed his chin and didn't speak for a long time. After a while, he looked at Stephen. Stephen also remained silent, waiting for Chen Zhao's reply. After a few minutes, Chen Zhao said, What do you think about a spiritual world competition, like the NBC Sports Network or the MLB Network? Stephen was surprised. Are there no competitions in the spiritual world? Yes, but there are almost no professional competitions. For example, a month ago there was the World Supernatural Competition in the Bhikkhu Islands. That was already the highest level of competition in the supernatural world. There is no prize money in that kind of competition, only honor. Moreover, the competition is very irregular. If you set up a professional alliance, you may have unexpected gains. Can I? I can give you the contact information of some people. If you have their support, then half the battle is won. Stephen looked at him. Who are they? You can think of it as the leader of the world's most powerful religions. Like the Pope? He's one of them. I'm starting to get interested now. Can you tell me more about it? You don't need to do the best. No, if I'm going to do it, I'll do it at the highest level, Stephen said. You can't. Besides the Pope, there's no one I can't invite. He's one of them, and he's the weakest among the highest. Okay, apart from these people, you just need to do the most professional one. But before that, you better find a professional to plan it. Aren't you one? I can pay you. That car is pretty good, right? I'm in the industry, but not a professional. I can only provide a general direction. If you really want to do this, you need a professional team. Do you understand? To avoid being scammed again, I need you to recommend people. Okay, I'll recommend a few people. At the end of August, Chen Zhao brought Didi to San Francisco Magic High. When Chen Zhao and Didi arrived at the school gate, he realized that there were many more facilities. Chen Zhao had come to inspect it personally before. This was his second time here. There were many people here today. 99% of them were from the spiritual world. Most of them were parents with their children. Even the people from the TV station came over to broadcast it. The Magic High School had only officially opened today. But in fact, starting from May, the Magic High School had already started teaching. There were various registration points in the school. Chen Zhao brought Didi to one of them. After the registration was the interview, not only for the students, but also for the parents. Chen Zhao had to participate too. Chen Zhao and Didi were led into a room. There were 3 interviewers. One was an old man, and the other 2 were a young man and a young woman. However, the 2 young people were quite strong. The old man was even more unfathomable. "Hello, please sit," the young female interviewer said. "Can you introduce yourselves?" Didi was rather confident. He said, "Hello, I'm Didi Chen. This is my adoptive father. I'm 13 this year." "Oh, can you tell us about the magic system you've mastered?" "I currently know a small amount of curse magic, as well as some simple strengthening magic. My main cultivation is nature's spirit," Didira said. The 3 interviewers nodded slightly. Having so many magic systems meant either one's family background or the environment they grew up in. "You know quite a lot. Did your adoptive father teach you this?" "My uncle taught me some too." The 3 interviewers looked at Chen Zhao. "Mr. Chen, you're also from the spiritual world, right?" "Yes, I am." Chen Zhao nodded. The aura of the 3 main examiners was very strong. If it was an ordinary spiritualist, they would probably be suppressed by the aura of the 3 main examiners. Actually, this was also part of the interview. The 3 were somewhat surprised. Chen Zhao was completely unaffected by their auras. "Mr. Chen, what system do you belong to?" "Strengthening," Chen Zhao answered. "What's your main job?" "I work in a supernatural organization and also run my own company." "Then, have you fought with monsters, spirits, magical beasts, and other spiritualists before?" Didi secretly rolled his eyes and looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao also looked at Didi helplessly. "I don't have a lot of battle experience," Chen Zhao answered. "I've only sparred with Didi and my kids. I've also helped people get rid of evil spirits before." Chapter 3206. This was in line with most parents' personalities. When Didi heard Chen Zhao's self-introduction, she almost couldn't control her expression. She couldn't help it. What Chen Zhao said and the real Chen Zhao were 2 extremes. Chen Zhao looked at the 3 people before him seriously. The old interviewer in the middle only gave Chen Zhao a deep look. He didn't say much. Occasionally, he would raise his head to look at Chen Zhao and Didi. Most of the time, he was flipping through their information. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Chen and Ms. Didi. Next is the subject selection. What do you want?" "I want to deepen my practice in curse," Didi said. "Also, I want to choose elemental." "Didi, aren't you going to test your magic affinity before making a decision?" "How do I test it?" "Our school has a device that can monitor the user's magic affinity. This is to help students make better choices." "If possible, I'd like to test it too," Didi said. "Mi Lu, take Didi to do the test. You too, this way please." The female examiner brought Didi and Chen Zhao to another room. The device in this room didn't look like a magic device. It was more like a technological device. "Take off your magic equipment and metal items first," Mila said. "Then lie down on the platform." The device looked like an X-ray scanner. After Didi lay down, the platform brought her past the circular hole. In 10 seconds, the test was completed. In Chen Zhao's eyes, this device didn't have many secrets. Of course, Chen Zhao knew the theory behind it, but it didn't mean he could make it. Not long after, all the admission procedures were completed. Chen Zhao and Didi strolled around the school. "Didi, this is a house I have in San Francisco. You can choose to live in the school or in that house, but you have to go home at the end of the 4th week, every month. You know what I mean if you don't want the school to be destroyed by a sudden storm." "Okay, I understand, Uncle." The atmosphere here was very good. People using magic could be seen everywhere in the school. Just then, a few students came over. One of the girls said to Didi, "Hey, do you want to go to our club? It's a magical beast hobby club." Chen Zhao smiled and waved his hand, telling Didi to do as he pleased. Didira followed the girls away. Everyone here was the same as her, and their ages were similar to hers. That was why she was able to find more companions here, more comrades. Didi La, the only condition for joining our Magical Beast Enthusiasts Association is to raise a magical beast. Any breed and level is fine. Ah, I don't have a magical beast. It doesn't matter. We can buy one together. San Francisco has a very famous magic street. There are almost all kinds of magic shops there. Many of our club's newcomers don't have magic beasts. Let's go together tomorrow. I'll ask my uncle. Maybe he can help me get a magical beast. Although the house was also filled with the atmosphere of magic. However, her family and Chen Zhao's age gap was obvious. His mind was filled with thoughts of what disasters would happen and when he would have to save the world. Her brothers and sisters were not on the same channel as her. She could only find a sense of identity with these peers in front of her. It was the same feeling in school in Mountain Town, although there were people of the same age. There were also people of the same age as her, but there weren't many people she could really talk to. Didira quickly made new friends here. After receiving Didira's request, Qin Zhao made a decision after some consideration. Didira definitely didn't want an advanced magical beast. In school, most people of the same age didn't have any advanced magical beasts either. Moreover, they were easy to raise and docile. So, Chen Zhao helped Didira find a mid-level magical beast. It wasn't strong, but it was a girl type. The so-called girlish version was the kind that looked cute and had the cuteness attribute. It was called a coiled bird, a fat bird-type magical beast. Coiled birds didn't need any magic contract to bind them. They were like domestic dogs. As long as they recognized their owner, they would be very clingy. They were extremely docile and would almost never attack people first. If Chen Zhao wanted to increase his power, coiled birds definitely weren't a good choice. They were also very rare because of their personality. Chen Zhao spent money to buy a place where coiled birds appeared and then went to catch them himself. After staying in San Francisco for 2 days, Chen Zhao returned to Los Angeles. Didira chose to live in school. For her, if she could live outside, she wouldn't have to choose a magic university. She wanted the atmosphere of a magic university. Mr. Chin, I'm Ofer Lorby. Your yacht is basically finished. When do you have time to come to the Seagate headquarters to look at it? Chen Zhao interrupted. Source changing app. Not bad. It's worth installing. It even supports Android and Apple phones. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. When can it be delivered? We're still simplifying the details. It's estimated to be completed in a month and delivered to Los Angeles in 3 months. Of course, Mr. Chin, you can also choose to drive the first round of the yacht. Ofer Lorby knew that many buyers placed great importance on the first round. For these buyers, it was a very ceremonial thing. Therefore, the first round had to be approved by the buyer. Chen Zhao thought for a moment. I'll arrange the time. Okay, Ofer Lorby said. I'll look forward to your arrival. Oh, right, the yacht will be named Didira. Please ask your company's designer to design a beautiful logo. Of course, no problem. Also, if I'm satisfied with the yacht, I'll consider giving you a few orders of the same level. Ofer Lorby almost chuckled. She almost thought she was hearing things. Mr. Chin, are you telling the truth? Yes. I plan to customize a yacht for each of my children and my wife. I'll also name it after them. Chen Zhao had promised Didi that he would give the ship to Didi. It was also going to be given to Didira in the future. Of course, he had to ensure that the yacht wouldn't be obsolete in the next 10 or even 20 years. Ofer Lorby had detailed information on Chen Zhao's family members. She knew that Chen Zhao had many children. While she was excited, she was also envious. She even wanted to be Chen Zhao's daughter. Mr. Chen, don't worry. I'll get the best designers and engineers in the world to be in charge of your project. That better be the case. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Okay, have a good day. Goodbye. Goodbye. Chapter 3207. Chun Zhao had already rejected invitations a few times. The main reason was that he didn't have the time. The tour was just for the novelty. Last time, Northern Gravity had invited Chun Zhao to visit their airplane production line. To be honest, he wasn't really interested in this kind of factory. Chun Zhao didn't really feel anything about this tour. Initially, it was just a vacation. It was even worse than traveling. So, when Chun Zhao said he would consider it, he actually rejected her. If he had the time, wouldn't it be better to lie at home? Didira's life and studies at school were quite smooth. Chun Zhao had also paid a secret visit to make sure that Didi wasn't lying. In the middle of September, Stephen gave Chun Zhao a call. Their plan to reveal Amon had begun. First, Stephen had to film a documentary to find the giant Pacific beast. The first part of the project was to film and search for the unknown Pacific giant beast. According to the script, they would first find a giant beast wreaking havoc in the Pacific Ocean. This giant beast represented the cruel and bloodthirsty side of the beast. They specifically attacked the blue whale, which symbolized gentleness and peace. In the second episode, the beast would suddenly meet with misfortune. It was attacked and killed by an even bigger and more terrifying being. In the second episode, there will be some blurry images. It was also at this moment that Amon was lured out. Amon would appear as the guardian of the ecosystem. Of course, this was a conclusion that came from the commentator's mouth and combined with some specious historical information. From the third episode onwards, the main focus of the plot would be to find the guardian of the Pacific. At the end of the third episode, Amon would appear in front of the camera in all aspects for the first time. Then the fourth episode was to track down Amon. Furthermore, there had been direct contact between humans and Amon. This scene would be played by Stephen himself. The whole documentary will be presented as a story. The fifth and sixth episodes were about Amon's daily life and his duties. This responsibility was, of course, fabricated. Amon's nemesis, the king of the sea beasts, the creator of chaos, the sea monster Hydra, also known as Little Nine. There was no other way. To erect a positive image of Amon, there must be a negative image that would cause people to fear. Little Nine was unwilling to pass on this responsibility. After all, with Little Nine's attitude, no one would believe that it was kind. At the end of the seventh episode, Little Nine would also appear in front of the camera with his true form. It will be the supervillain of the documentary. He even hunted down and attacked the film crew. The eighth episode would be about the film crew's escape. At the end of the eighth episode, Amon appeared and rescued the film crew. This would be the highlight of the documentary. The two old enemies finally met. There was no winner or loser in the battle between the two sides. In the end, the film crew safely evacuated. At the beginning of the ninth episode, due to the serious damage to the ship, the film crew decided to go to the mysterious island for supplies and return to the mainland. However, when he was chatting with the builders of the island, he heard that a stone tablet was found on the island. The stone tablet recorded the opposing relationship between Amon and Little Nine. When the ninth episode was about to end, a sudden storm struck the mystical island. The king of magical beasts, the nine-headed snake Hydra, also came along with the storm. It led the Storm Legion, which was a large number of magical beasts to attack the mystical island. The Storm Legion was a name Stephen came up with. In the 10th episode, at the most dangerous moment, Amon would appear. Moreover, it would fly over and gather the giant creatures on the magical island to fight against the evil Storm Legion. In the end, justice triumphed over evil, and the Storm Army was defeated. On the other hand, Amon and the Hydra would have a big battle. In the battle, both sides were heavily injured. The Hydra was defeated, and Amon won a Pyrrhic victory. Amon would no longer hide. He would hide in the sea near the mystical island to recover and protect the peace of the island. Amon was the absolute main character. Chun Zhao and Stephen thought that not only did they want Amon to appear, but they also wanted him to be one of the attractions of the mystical island. In the future, tourists who went to the mystical island would have a chance to see Amon. Stephen looked at everyone at the desk. You're all my old employees and friends. I won't say anything unnecessary. Now, you're going to participate in an unprecedented project. In front of you is a confidentiality agreement. If you sign it, you'll receive a very generous reward. It's about the same as 40 years of hard work. If you're not willing to sign it, you can leave the office. Of course, no one left. Just from the reward that Stephen mentioned, they had no reason to leave. Moreover, many people were thinking that an unprecedented project definitely meant an unprecedented opportunity. Of course, they wouldn't miss such a great opportunity. Stephen was practically a synonym for success. In the past 2 years, they'd fully experienced the benefits of following Stephen. They'd all become famous in the industry. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity. Everyone signed their names without hesitation. There are magical restrictions in this contract, Stephen said. It's also commonly known as a magic contract. Everyone was shocked. Judging from Stephen's expression, he didn't seem to be joking. Boss, whether it's a magic contract or not, it doesn't matter to us. Stephen looked at everyone and nodded. Okay, let's go out to sea and meet the main character of our project. Go out to sea? Meet the main character? Which superstar was overseas now? Also, with Stephen's status, shouldn't the main character be meeting him? Why did he bring the entire team to meet the main character? Wasn't the main character too ostentatious? Of course, they wouldn't raise their objections in front of Stephen. When they reached the port, Chen Zhao had already been waiting for a long time. Many people in Stephen's team knew Chen Zhao. They knew that Chen Zhao and Stephen were close. When Stephen was filming, Chen Zhao would often appear on the set. Chen, everyone's here. Let's go out to sea. The team of more than 10 people boarded Chen Zhao's private yacht. Despite the large number of people, Chen Zhao's private yacht was still very spacious. It was just that there weren't enough bedrooms. 2 people had to squeeze into 1 bedroom. Of course, with how luxurious the yacht was, this wasn't a problem at all. On the yacht, Chen Zhao also provided enough food and wine. As long as they didn't destroy the yacht, they could do whatever they wanted here. Mr. Chen, do you know the specifics of our project? It was Stephen's current assistant director, Irvin Lander, who asked the question. You'll know soon, but don't wet your pants. Chapter 3208. The storm today was especially strong. The waves came one after another. The film crew was a little worried. It was such a big storm. What if the boat capsized? However, Chen Zhao and Stephen didn't change their minds at all. Even the flight path was on autopilot. Just then, they vaguely saw an island in the storm. Their target seemed to be the island. However, when the film crew got closer, they realized that it wasn't an island. It was a colossus, an unimaginably colossal beast. Everyone couldn't close their mouths in shock. Was that really a living thing? The boat arrived before it. Everyone realized that the boat wasn't even as big as its eye. Everyone held their breath. It was as if they were afraid that their breathing would disturb the beast. Stephen and Chen Zhao walked onto the deck. Stephen had seen Amon before. He was even quite familiar with Amon. But Amon hadn't been this big back then. Even now, Stephen still couldn't believe it. The big guy before them was Amon. They were 2 different creatures. Is it really Amon? Absolutely. Chen Zhao was also shocked by Amon's size. It seemed like Amon had grown a lot since the last time. Boss, Mr. Chen, our project is related to this monster? Let's go to the cabin, Stephen said. Everyone, Stephen said. Everyone went to the meeting room and stared at Chen Zhao and Stephen. Stephen took out the script he'd written. That's our project this time, Wang Yao said. One person finished reading the script and passed it around in silence. Then the second person finished and fell silent again. The third, the fourth, the fifth, everyone was dumbfounded. Their project was really related to this monster. Also, were you sure this was a documentary, not a movie? Boss, are you sure everyone will cooperate with us? I'm very sure, Qin Zhao said. Why? Simply put, it's Chen's pet, Stephen said. Everyone felt terrible. That terrifying, unheard-of beast was Qin Zhao's pet? They felt like their world was collapsing. Did all rich people have such strange hobbies? What about Hydra? It's also my pet, so you don't have to worry about whether they'll cooperate during filming. In fact, they can understand most of your requests. Everyone was still in disbelief. All right, you guys can meet the king of magical beasts now. Not far away, a huge object rose from the sea. It wasn't as big as Amon, but it was still huge. The yacht, which was dozens of meters long, seemed insignificant in front of that thing. It was a pillar with a diameter of 700 to 800 meters. However, when everyone saw the pillar clearly, they realized that it was not a pillar at all, but the neck of a giant python. Just the area above the sea alone was more than 10 kilometers long, snaking towards the yacht. Then the second head popped out of the water, the third, the fourth, all the way to the ninth head. Stephen gasped in amazement, while the others were shocked. The attitude that little Nine displayed did not lose to Amon at all. Each of the 9 snake heads had a different color. Each snake head had a neck length of more than 10 kilometers. His lower body was even longer. While everyone was amazed, they also accepted the title of the king of magical beasts. The Hydra was a famous sea monster in ancient Greek mythology. After the initial shock and panic, the film crew calmed down and entered the excitement stage. After their emotions gradually stabilized, they entered the stage of excitement. This was an unprecedented project. This is an unprecedented project. An unprecedented project. If this documentary could be broadcast successfully, no, even if it was filmed successfully, it would be a great documentary. Right now, they were very glad that they had made the choice. Even if the documentary was just a scam, it could not change the greatness of the documentary. Of course, the 2 main leads were very cooperative, but filming wasn't that easy. Even though they were the most professional people in the industry, to achieve a realistic effect, they also had to consider the angle of the shoot. For example, the sea monster that appeared first. As the main character of the first 2 episodes, it had many scenes too. But where did it come from? Of course, Qin Zhao had to find it. First, it had to have a ferocious appearance. It would make people feel that it deserved to die at first glance. If he found something that looked honest, like a docile sea monster like a blue whale, instead, people would feel pity for it. Another example was that the monster had to do evil. At the very least, it had to go against human values. After 2 days, Qin Zhao finally found a giant sea monster. Its basic conditions met the film crew's requirements. Qin Zhao even used dark lava to demonize the sea monster. This made it look even more evil. Then he had to make it do evil. Because it was a documentary, they couldn't film it in front of it, but they had to make the scene as clear as possible. So, they still needed to be skillful when filming the plot. Documentaries and movies were 2 different concepts. They also needed professional explanations to promote the plot that they had arranged. In a few days, the film crew filmed a lot of material. These would be edited in the post-production stage. This sea monster would also be classified as a member of the Storm Army. It was also a general under the command of the king of magical beasts, Hydra. After filming enough material, Amon appeared and killed the general of the Storm Army. Amon appeared and attacked the general of the Storm Army with the power of a monarch. Then it was the film crew and Amon's tracking process. The early filming was quite smooth. During the filming, Stephen even talked to Amon about the scenes. Qin Zhao would return to the yacht after some time to help the film crew solve some technical problems. Other than that, he would spend most of his time searching for sea monsters. It was used to recruit soldiers for the Storm Army in the final battle. Qin Zhao even used the god of otherworldlings on Demon Island. They looked like villains, so it was enough for them to be extras. Most of them were the sea monsters that Chen Zhao had found. But in order to make them look evil, Chen Zhao still cast dark lava on all the sea magical beasts. This way, they could cooperate better with the filming. For this documentary, Chen Zhao and Steven had spent a lot of money. Don't think that you can save money just because the two main characters work together. In fact, the amount of money invested in this project was definitely an astronomical figure. Just the cost of the film crew and the confidentiality agreement was more than $30 million. The bookstore that the book friends had used before was already dead. Now, they were all using the Source Exchange app. Chapter 3209. At the beginning of filming, everyone was still a bit flustered. But gradually, as the filming progressed, everyone got used to it. Aman, remember, this scene needs emotion. The assistant director was talking to Aman about the scene with the script. At first, when Steven was talking to Aman about the scene, Irvin thought that Steven was crazy. At first, when he saw Steven talking to Aman about the script, Erwin Lander thought Steven was out of his mind. Why would he talk to a monster? But now he was doing the same thing. Remember, this emotion is conveyed through the eyes, Irvin said. Erwin Lander said, after our ship is attacked, use your flank fin to support our ship, and then your eyes have to burst out with that kind of feeling for us. Let's try to get through this scene once, okay? When everything was ready, Irvin returned to the ship. Then the 8th episode started. This scene happened after they were attacked by the king of magical beasts, Hydra. The film cruise ship was badly damaged. Of course, the ship that entered the camera was not Chen Zhao's. Instead, it was an ocean-going research ship. Steven left most of the filming to Erwin Lander. It was to give him more practical experience. In reality, it was to slack off. Chen Zhao was also enjoying himself on the ship. In fact, after the filming ended every day, the film crew would return to the ship and party. When they were working, they were the most dedicated and professional people. And after filming, they would indulge in their own unbridled revelry. Chin, how's the preparation for the supporting roles for the final battle? It's ready, Chen Zhao said. I think we can start preparing for the second season now. We haven't even finished filming the first season, and you're already preparing for the second? Don't you want to see the market's reaction? This is a history-making documentary. With my name on it, it's almost destined to succeed, Steven said confidently. Also, I think Little Nine needs a chance to clear his name. We can't let Amon clear his name while Little Nine is still the villain, right? You have an idea for the second season. I don't have a clear sneak attack yet, Steven said. It's just a preliminary idea. So, have you found a buyer for the documentary? Not yet. But trust me, this documentary will be sold at a sky-high price. In total, we've invested almost $100 million US. I just hope to get back our investment. Breaking even isn't my plan. How much do you think we can earn? If it's just the premiere, it can sell for at least $200 million US. Steven said, if we directly buy out the broadcasting rights of the first season, it would cost at least $500 million US, plus a share of the advertising revenue. This is a documentary. Are you sure it can be sold at such a high price? You still don't understand human psychology well enough. After nearly a month at sea, the filming was basically over. What followed was the post-production editing. Chun Zhao and Steven returned to Los Angeles first. Half of the film crew stayed at sea to reshoot some scenes. Steven, do you want to go to Italy with me? Why are you going to Italy? Do you want to play? No, it's the people from Seagate Yacht Company. They said that my yacht is about to be completed and they want to invite me to their company for a visit. I'm not interested. I'm going with you. You should ask Phalai to go with you. That's what she said. She thinks this kind of tour is too boring. This was what Phalai had complained about after visiting the Northern Gravity Field last time. This time, Chen Zhao had only mentioned it casually, but Phalai had rejected him directly. Neither Chen Zhao nor Phalai were people who understood the charm of high technology. Of course, Enjoying the convenience brought by technology was one thing. If Chen Zhao or Fei Lai actually visited those high-tech factories, they wouldn't be able to understand the power of it at all. Stephen knew a little, but he wasn't interested either. Plus, he was about to start working on a new project. The editing for the documentary was very tight. Stephen hoped to air the documentary before the first phase of the project was completed. It would also bring a lot of tourists to the island. Therefore, Stephen didn't want to go at all. Chen Zhao felt helpless. It seemed that no one around him wanted to go. Chen Zhao didn't have much to do during the few days he rested at home. Zhang Ting, who was in charge of the animation company in China, called. "Boss, I'll give you a report on our company's financial situation for the third quarter." "Okay, go ahead." Chen Zhao lay in the boat floating on Mirror Lake. In the third quarter, our company's expenditure was 12 million renminbi, and our revenue was 6 million renminbi. The expenditure was mainly on employee salaries, equipment purchases, office space, utilities, and management expenses. There was also advertising investment, which was a large expenditure. Zhang Ting paused for a moment and said, "In terms of revenue, it's the revenue from our 2 full-length animation works that are currently online. One of them has already gained some popularity in China." When Zhang Ting reported the company's recent situation, she was still a bit uneasy. After all, spending 12 million in a quarter and revenue of $6 million meant a loss of $6 million. Any investor would be careful with their investments. "Oh, got it." Chen Zhao didn't say anything. Losing $6 million in a quarter was less than $1 million. It wasn't a problem for Chen Zhao. Plus, Chen Zhao hadn't wanted to make money in the first place. He'd bought this studio to give him advice. He had to admit that they were quite useful in this aspect. The saying, "one man counts, 2 men counts as long," was very obvious here. For example, Chen Zhao's current signature move, Neutron Star, dark red neutron star and golden neutron star in its original form, were all suggested by Zhang Ting and the others. Therefore, Chen Zhao didn't care about this small loss at all. He'd just treat it as a contribution to China's animation industry. As for Zhang Ting's plan of not making a loss for 5 years, Chen Zhao hoped that she could succeed. It was not because of his investment, but because of her dream. Hearing that Chen Zhao wasn't going to criticize her, Zhang Ting heaved a sigh of relief. However, she was even more troubled. She stuttered for a while. "Boss, I still have something. Tell me, what is it?" "Remember that at the beginning of the year, I mentioned that I wanted to make an animated movie? I remember that I agreed. Then, I want to start implementing this plan. What do you think? Oh, how much is the budget?" $100 million. "Is that okay?" "I'll give you 200 million. I want to see our own work released as soon as possible," Chen Zhao said. "I'll contact the finance department later. Give me the budget and proposal." Chapter 3210. After Zhang Ting hung up, she let out a long sigh. Chen Zhao usually didn't care about the company's business, but no company's management would care about the company's losses. He could still face the investors calmly. Zhang Ting wasn't the kind of entrepreneur who did whatever she wanted, the kind of people who would do anything to attract investment. In front of investors, he could boast to them. She could describe the future like a dream. It was as if not investing in him was like losing a $5 million lottery ticket. Zhang Ting, before Chen Zhao bought the studio, she was almost at the point of bankruptcy. If not for the studio's artists and designers, she would still be able to make a living. Zhang Ting could have given up then. Luckily, she met Chen Zhao, a nouveau riche, an investor who didn't know how to save money. Zhang Ting came from a well-off family. She'd never been mistreated in terms of money since she was young. Therefore, he had high standards and was a little overbearing. This was also why she couldn't lower herself to beg investors. She used to look down on nouveau riche. In her eyes, nouveau riche were a bunch of uncultured bumpkins. But Chen Zhao was an extreme, the extreme of the nouveau riche. He was extremely rich, extremely cultured, and extremely heroic. She'd been in contact with him for almost a year. She already knew that Chen Zhao wasn't a nouveau riche who won the lottery. Chen Zhao also had entrepreneurial experience. She even knew a little about why Chen Zhao went abroad. Back then, she thought that Chen Zhao wanted to launder money. Now she didn't have that thought. Chen Zhao's standards were definitely not lower than hers. He wouldn't be fooled by Zhang Ting's dreams and career, but he was such a contradictory person. He was actually willing to support her seemingly laughable dream with such a large amount of money. Just then, Yi Ziqing pushed open Zhang Ting's office door. Yi Ziqing accepted Chen Zhao's invitation. She was currently the CEO of the animation company. "Darling, you don't look good. Did our big boss embarrass you?" Zhang Ting shook her head with a bitter smile. "He didn't say anything." "Then he didn't agree to your big movie plan?" "No, he agreed too. He even approved 200 million yuan for my project." "Then shouldn't you be even happier? Why are you frowning? You should know that the future of the animation industry is still uncertain. How many big animation movies have been released in the country in the past decade? But how many of them have really made a splash? Other than a certain Xiong and a certain Yang, which tend to be aimed at young audiences, only Monkey Sun and Neza, which have a production cycle of several years, have made money. Now that the boss has approved such a large sum of money to invest in a big movie, I'm really not confident that I can make money. I'm not even confident that I can recover my capital. Even if you know this, how could our boss not know? He's not a real nouveau riche. Before he invested, he probably did market research and was mentally prepared to lose money." Market research? Zhang Ting was doubtful. Chen Zhao didn't even ask for the script. He immediately agreed to her request. Zhang Ting smiled bitterly. She did not know how to describe her boss. An investor like Chen Zhao was the type that entrepreneurs love to meet. There was no other. He would not interfere with the development of the company. Apart from the accountant who was appointed by Chen Zhao, there were no other executives. However, Zhang Ting's personality had also decided that she was not here to make a profit. She wanted to make a career and earn profits for Chen Zhao. This was also her way of returning the favor. The next day, the finance department found Zhang Ting, and after some negotiations, the company's account gained another 200 million yuan. It was almost a blink of an eye. There was no time difference at all. Zhang Ting did not know what to say. She was not confident, but she was still in a complicated state of pain and happiness. The happiest thing for entrepreneurs was having more money in the company's account. When the employees heard about the big movie plan, they were all very excited, especially the employees who were involved in the big movie plan. They were all full of energy. The company's high salary was one thing. More importantly, it was the dream of these young people. The highest goal of an animation company was to produce a big movie. As for how many billions they had to break through, it was still too far away for them. They could not see things that far away. The production of a big movie was very complicated. It was even more complicated than a live-action movie. Other than the script, it was the design and modeling of the characters, costumes, props, scenes, and actions. If it was a 3D movie, motion capture was also needed. This process required a very complicated and tedious accumulation of work. A big animation movie might require thousands or tens of thousands of drawings. This was not a plot sketch, but a setting sketch. And if it was a real main plot sketch, it would be an astronomical figure. Of course, the current animation movies did not use manual sketches, but computer sketches. The scenes and characters were actually separated. For example, a running character would actually use an original drawing for the scene. Only the character's actions were constantly refreshing. Depending on the amount of investment, the finesse of a shot would also vary. An investment of 100 million yuan and an investment of 200 million yuan could produce a completely different picture. Under Zhang Ting's control, the project was carried out in an orderly manner. "Dear, have you seen the documentary that Stephen filmed recently?" Yi Ziqing walked into Zhang Ting's office. "Stephen? He filmed a documentary?" "Yes." I'm not interested in documentaries. And do I look like someone who has time to watch them? Zhang Ting glanced at Yi Ziqing. You probably won't recommend me to watch documentaries. I just realized that the producer of this documentary is our boss. That's not strange. Our boss is very familiar with Stephen. I remember that when we went to Los Angeles last time, he even brought us to visit Stephen's studio. Zhang Ting paused and said, Is there anything special about the documentary? There's nothing strange about it. It's just a record for documentaries. And it even set a record for CCB's viewership. Our country's Penguin Video even imported it. I heard that they bought the broadcasting rights at an unprecedented price. It's just a documentary. How expensive can it be? It's a documentary, but the scenes are quite shocking. It's a top Hollywood team with a top research ship, and the documentary is looking for the Pacific giant beast. The film crew really found it. The scenes are quite thrilling. Oh, is it really that good? Then I'll find some time to watch it. It can be considered as a contribution to our boss. Chapter 32:11. Soon, the documentary became a hit all over the world. More than 30 countries introduced the documentary to more than 1 billion people. In the first episode, it was only a hit. But when the giant Pacific Ocean beast appeared at the end of the second episode, when the ferocious deep-sea magical beast was annihilated at lightning speed, the documentary then reached its climax. The more it went on, the more exciting the documentary became. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing had become the most loyal viewers of the documentary. Both domestically and overseas, the documentary was very popular. No one could imagine that such a terrifying beast was hiding in the depths of the Pacific Ocean, but it was shown in the story. The beast was not evil, and it had a natural affinity for humans. As the story progressed, the audience realized that the beast was the guardian of the Pacific Ocean. It maintained the ecological balance of the Pacific Ocean. Everyone in the audience had a feeling of sudden realization. Because of the foreshadowing in the early part of the story and the limited contact between the film crew and the beast, the two seemed to maintain a tacit and respectful relationship. It gave the audience the feeling that the beast was very principled. It wandered around the oceans, but it never actively harmed other sea creatures. Even when the whales swam past it, it never actively harmed the whales. And after the 8th episode, the story finally led to the king of the beasts, the Hydra. That was how the most exciting plot of the documentary unfolded. The sea beasts that the Guardian had attacked were all under the command of the king of the beasts. The king of the beasts and the Guardian were natural opposites. The king of the beasts and its storm army also revealed their true colors. However, after the magical Beast King appeared, it only had a short confrontation with the Guardian that ended in a draw. The film crew had to turn back because of the severe damage to their ship. Because of the power problem, they asked for help from the nearby sea. Luckily, their ship was near the mystical island, and the management of the island sent a ship to pick them up. They found an ancient stone tablet on the island, which vaguely recorded the relationship between the Guardian and the King of the Beasts. At the same time, the storm was also approaching the mystical island. The final battle of the 10th episode, which was also the most shocking plot of the documentary, unfolded in the storm. The Guardian roamed the sky in the storm and descended on the mystical island with the power of a king. And the creatures on the mystical island also responded to the Guardian. They formed the Guardian army and fought against the Storm army. After the earth-shattering battle, the Storm army and the King of the Beasts retreated. The Protector was also heavily injured. The light of dawn shone on the sea. Background music rang out. The huge figure of the Guardian lurked in the sea near the mystical island. It did not go far from Mysterious Island. Perhaps it was because it had been severely injured in the battle, so it needed to recuperate here. Or perhaps the king of magical beasts was still around, so the protectors had to continue protecting the island. This war might go on forever, just like in the past countless years, just like the Battle of the Storm last night. It was unknown how many times he had experienced it. However, As long as the Guardians existed, the king of magical beasts would never be able to wreak havoc in these waters. It was the king of the sea, the guardian of the ecological balance. In the voiceover, the subtitles appeared. The camera slowly rose from the mysterious island. A shadow that was almost the same size as the mysterious island was in the sea near the mysterious island. At the same time, the embryonic form of the mysterious island could be seen. The first phase of the project had been completed. Therefore, the mysterious island was no longer a chaotic construction site. Large amounts of vegetation covered the mystical island. There were also some remains of magical beasts. However, there were still many modern buildings on the mystical island. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing were both shocked. "I'm going to watch it on Penguin again," Zhang Ting said. The two girls felt like they had not had enough. They felt that the story was not over. However, the documentary had already ended. The 10 episodes had all been played. Just then, Qin Zhao's call came in. "Boss, it's so late. What's up?" "Get ready," Qin Zhao said. "I'm going to organize a trip for the entire company after New Year's. It won't go through the company's accounts. I'll treat you personally." Boss, the movie project has just started. I'm afraid work and rest can create better work. Don't force the employees too much. It's settled." Chen Zhao did not plan on discussing it with Zhang Ting. Zhang Ting's expression said, "I knew it." Chen Zhao did not interfere with the development of the company. However, he seemed to like giving out benefits. This was also known as squandering. "Boss, where do you think we should go?" "A ship under the Caribbean Empire Cruise Line will dock in Magic City. I've bought tickets for the entire company. You just have to board the ship and you'll know where its final destination is." Zhang Ting knew that Chen Zhao was generous, but she did not expect him to be this generous. Usually, a mid to short trip would be one stop along the coast. Even if they floated on the sea for a day or two, the ticket would cost a few $1,000s. If it was an ocean trip, it would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. Some could even go up to hundreds of thousands. If it was a high-class cabin, it would be even more expensive. Some cabins could even cost hundreds of thousands. With Chen Zhao's personality, he probably would not buy mid to low-class cabins for them. There were around 60 people in the company, including the cleaning lady. They probably all had cabins that started at least 100,000. After all, the company was Qin Zhao's, so Zhang Ting's objection was useless. Fortunately, Chen Zhao was only unyielding when giving out benefits. Since they could not refuse, they could only finish their work in advance. Only then could they go out and play in peace. "What's our boss doing now?" "He said that we should organize a company-wide trip after New Year's." "Didn't you say that time is tight for the movie project?" "I did, but it's useless. The boss's decision cannot be changed. I really don't know what our boss is thinking. He's invested so much money, but he's still so willful." "You'll get used to it." Zhang Ting was actually not very against it. After all, Qin Zhao had done it once last year. Moreover, this kind of rich trip could indeed make the employees more cohesive. The company had recruited many new employees this year. Qin Zhao might as well use this opportunity to make them focus. "I'm not going. This kind of trip is too tiring. I'd rather go out and walk around." "Then don't regret it," Zhang Ting said. "Do you think I've never seen the world? To be honest, compared to our rich boss, you really haven't seen the world." "Is it that exaggerated? Last year, our company only had 20 people on the trip to Los Angeles, and our boss spent at least $20 million US. Do you know what that means? All of our assets combined don't even add up to 20 million, but he spent it on our expenses." Chapter 32:12. Yi Ziqing thought that she was quite knowledgeable. In the few years she'd studied abroad, she'd already earned $1 million. So, she almost never had to worry about money. She wasn't financially free yet. As long as she didn't buy anything too big, there was nothing she couldn't afford. The bosses of the companies she'd worked for after returning to China were all famous tycoons. They were all famous rich people. but even they didn't spend as much as Qin Zhao did. Don't think that those billion-dollar tycoons could just casually throw tens of millions of yuan into the water. But Chen Zhao could really throw money around. She'd never seen someone squander like him. Yi Ziqing wasn't scared by the tens of millions. What she found unbelievable was that Chen Zhao didn't care about cash flow at all. Not to mention others. Even the top few companies in the world. Let them dangle $10 million in one day. They probably couldn't even spend half of it in a day. Yi Ziqing listened to Zhang Ting talk about their trip to Los Angeles last year. She was already dumbfounded. She'd enjoyed a top hotel before. She could barely go to a top restaurant once a year. But during the company trip, they'd stayed in a top hotel and had a top restaurant for every meal. Every time they went shopping, Qin Zhao would be the one paying the bills. He spent money without blinking. She really felt like it was a dream. Of course, Zhang Ting didn't know how much Qin Zhao had spent. He didn't tell his employees either. If they knew that their boss had spent so much money to provide that level of enjoyment, the employees probably wouldn't be grateful. They would only wonder why the boss didn't give them the money. It was realistic and human. Dadaira, how's school? Great. The yacht I ordered has arrived. It's named after you. It's the first trip this weekend. Are you coming? Okay. Can I bring a friend? Of course. Qin Zhao agreed. But the first trip is from Los Angeles to Mystical Island. It'll take about 3 days. You and your friend should ask for leave first. Got it. Dadaira hung up happily. Weimi, are you free this weekend? Weimi looked up at Dadaira. Weimi and Dadaira were roommates. The two of them became friends on the first day of school. People of the same age always had a lot of common topics. But he was different from the lively and enthusiastic Dadaira. Weimi did not speak much. Both of them had similar lives. They were all orphans. But the difference was that Dadaira had met Qin Zhao. Weimi, on the other hand, was alone. After her parents passed away, she was sent to an orphanage. Even the tuition fees of the magic high school were earned by herself. After a moment of silence, Weimi asked, "Where are you going?" "To Los Angeles. My uncle is going out to sea this weekend on a yacht named after me. I want to go out with you. The destination is Mysterious Island." Weimi looked forward to it, but she was hesitant. That will take a few days. 3 days. Didi pulled Weimi. Come on. That's your family gathering. I don't think it's appropriate for me. Don't worry, you're my best friend. Didi looked at Weimi with a pleading look. Weimi actually wanted to go to the Mystical Island, but her income from part-time jobs was barely enough to cover the expenses of the school. It was almost impossible to go to the Mystical Island, at least not in the short term. She wanted to see the magical creatures on the Mystical Island. I want to see Amon, the guardian of the sea. After the documentary ended, Weimi even made a plan for the future. Going to the Mystical Island was an important part of her plan. Okay, I'll go with you, Weimi said. That's if we can get a day off. No problem, leave it to me. Weimi looked calm on the surface, but in reality, her heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. Didala used Qin Zhao's name to ask for a leave. The magic colleges didn't know how powerful Qin Zhao was, but they knew that he was rich, especially after Qin Zhao donated a large sum of money to magic colleges. Therefore, Qin Zhao's name was quite useful. So Dadaira and Weimi successfully got a week off. Dadaira didn't like to be in a hurry. If the trip is scheduled for 3 days, it wasn't far from Los Angeles to the Mystical Island, but the yacht would take 10 hours. The round trip would take more than 20 hours, so they only had 2 days to play. In fact, including food and shelter, they could play for 1 day at most. This wasn't a trip Dadaira wanted, so Dadaira still chose to ask for a week off. She didn't have to worry about her studies. After all, she and Weimi were both outstanding in their year. They also had a lot of theoretical knowledge. Just in terms of theoretical knowledge, Dadaira was at least a year ahead of her peers. This was because of Chen Zhao's family atmosphere and the members of the supernatural organization who often came to visit. They would more or less talk to Didira about magic. Over time, Didi Ra's level naturally rose a lot. As for Wei Mi, she was also outstanding. This was because she had a lot of practical experience. Ever since she came out of the orphanage, she had relied on her magic to survive. She had worked in almost every industry, even some illegal ones. The people she interacted with were all kinds of people. She was introverted and not good with words. In fact, she knew a little of everything. She had even worked as a temporary thug for the boss of a small casino. In the end, she couldn't help but beat the employer half to death. Only then did she quit. Didira and Wei Mi were like two extremes, but they were also attracted to each other like magnets. After class on Friday, the two packed their luggage and boarded the train to Los Angeles. When they arrived at the LA station, Chen Zhao was already waiting for them. "Uncle." Didira had already pounced on Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao rubbed Didira's head and looked at Wei Mi. "Is this your friend?" "Hi, I'm Didira's uncle. You can call me Uncle Chin." "Hi, I'm Wei Mi. I think you're hungry too. I asked old Jean to prepare some food. We can eat when we get home." Wei Mi was very reserved when facing Chen Zhao. This was her personality. She couldn't be too enthusiastic with strangers. She couldn't even let go of simple pleasantries. Sitting in Chen Zhao's SUV, she was even more nervous. Unlike Didira, Wei Mi could tell how valuable Chen Zhao's car was. Chapter 32:13. After returning home, Wei Mi couldn't even walk. This was the most luxurious house she'd ever seen. Didila pulled Wei Mi into the house. His siblings all missed Didila very much. They all crowded around him. Chen Zhao arranged for Wei Mi and Didila to share a room. After closing the door and being alone with Didila, Wei Mi finally relaxed a little. Even in Didila's room, there were many things that she'd never seen before. What constant temperature! Wei Mi thought that it was just an air conditioner. Why did it have to have such a complicated name? There was also a housekeeping system that controlled all the indoor equipment. Even opening the curtains was controlled by voice. A curved floor-to-ceiling window stunned Wei Mi even more. The 30-square-meter bedroom was like a princess's castle. Wei Mi couldn't sleep. Didila couldn't sleep either. The two sat by the window, watching the night and chatting. An inferior demon brought some supper. Wei Mi thought that Didila was a princess. How could she endure the environment in the dorms? Although the environment of the magic high school was pretty good, it depended on what it was compared to. Compared to her home, the magic high school was nothing. Just then, Wei Mi saw a figure walk out of the house from the floor-to-ceiling window. Wei Mi recognized the figure. It was Didila's uncle. "Didila, that's your uncle, right? Where's he going so late?" Didila glanced at Chen Zhao. "He's used to practicing magic at night." Wei Mi smiled. It wasn't that strange. There were many people in the spiritual world who liked to practice magic at night. After all, their practice would sometimes cause great effects. They were afraid of being seen during the day, so they were used to practicing at night. There were also some spells that could only be practiced at night. Didila's family was clearly a magic family. Wei Mi didn't find it strange. Wei Mi saw Chen Zhao step into Mirror Lake and then fly away. As for where he went, Didila didn't know either. But she could tell that Didila's uncle was very powerful. After some time, it was already dawn when Wei Mi woke up. She had to admit that the environment was really too comfortable. She and Didila were asleep, wrapped in blankets by the window. Knock, knock. Just then, Feilai's voice came from outside. "Didi, Wei Mi, it's time to get up. Wash up and come down for breakfast." After washing up, Didira and Wei Mi went downstairs. What Wei Mi saw was a more sumptuous breakfast than any holiday. Moreover, the amount was huge. Most of Didi Ra's family had a normal appetite. It was Didira's uncle. Watching him eat was like watching a war. Of course, it was normal for spiritualists to eat a lot. There was nothing strange about it. After half an hour of breakfast, Everyone packed their luggage and got on the bus. They arrived at the port at noon. The harbor was full of yachts. Vimy saw a huge yacht not far away. Not far from the yacht, there were still people taking photos there. Wamy saw that the yacht was branded with the English spelling of Dadaira. Even Wamy couldn't believe it. That yacht, which seemed to have come from the future, was named after DDRA? Obviously, this DDRA was a little beyond Wamy's imagination. They were heading in the direction of the yacht. Just then, Wamy saw a familiar face. The only reason they were familiar with each other was because the other party was Director James. You often see it on the entertainment news. It was hard not to be familiar with it. James also had many bags and didn't bring anyone with him. Chin, you're finally here. Do you know how long I've waited? I didn't want to be the first. Chin Zhao said matter-of-factly. Fuck, that's why you chose to be late. Where's Stephen? He had the same idea as you. He said it an hour ago. James was speechless. You two are such asterisk souls. Chin Zhao and Stephen looked at James speechlessly. James, it's not good to talk behind someone's back, Stephen said. James glanced at Stephen and gave him the finger. When Wamy saw Stephen, her face was filled with excitement. Stephen was already used to Wamy's excitement. Beautiful lady, may I know your name? Wamy blushed. She wasn't 15 yet. Hello. Sir, I'm Wamy. I'm Dadaira's classmate. Huh. Don't be so reserved. Just treat this trip as a family gathering. That's the truth. We're all your family. Stephen laughed loudly. I should be the one saying that. I'm the head of the family. Chen Zhao rolled his eyes. Okay, father, please give the order. Stephen looked at Chen Zhao, his eyes shifting. Let's get on the boat. Dadaira officially set sail. After everyone boarded the ship, DDRA took Wamy to visit each room. From the deck to the helipad, there was even a helicopter parked there. Then, from the kitchen to the dining room. From the theater to the entertainment room. From the cockpit to the engine room. They looked at everything. The other children did the same. They were curious about every detail on the yacht. Just then, a few inferior demons crawled out from a corner. They started serving everyone on the boat. Chin, I'm serious. Sell me a few of these little guys. Sorry, I signed a 50-year contract with them. I can't change their master before that. It's a pity. These little guys are more convenient than any servant. Trust me, you only think that when you're enjoying their service. If you're suddenly woken up by them when you're sleeping, that's normal. Actually, when the inferior demons became the official servants of Chen Zhao's family, they did cause some trouble. After all, they liked to do some work at night. These jobs would always make some noise. The noise would definitely cause some trouble for Chen Zhao's family. Later, Chen Zhao ordered that no work could be done after Chen Zhao's family was asleep. Apart from the few underlings on night duty, the rest of the underlings had to go to bed. Now, Chen Zhao's family was used to it. Stephen was a regular person. He saw something new and thought that the inferior demons were convenient. But when he actually used them, they might not be as good as he imagined. Of course, safety was not a concern. Inferior demons were the safest demon species in hell. There had never been an incident where an inferior demon attacked its master. Even if the master wasn't a demon, inferior demons were actually sold to many other races. Anyone who used them would say it was good. Chapter 32:14. She felt like she could spend the rest of her life on this yacht. There were almost all kinds of entertainment on the yacht. Chun Zhao, Stephen, and James were fishing and drinking at the back of the boat. Fei Lai was doing yoga with Dadaira and Wamy Fine. Even though Dadaira and Wamy were both magic geniuses, they were still better than Fei Lai in yoga. Even though Dadaira and Wamy were magic geniuses, they were still better than Fei Lai in yoga. The children were playing like crazy. Jumping up and down was not enough to describe their craziness. The underlings were in every corner of the yacht. They used their diligent hands to do everything they could. At a normal speed, They could reach Mystical Island from Los Angeles in around 6 hours. However, Diderot wasn't fast. It only moved at 1/3 of its original speed. Everyone was fully enjoying their time at sea. James caught a big fish. Chun Zhao and Stephen had to give James $100. James excitedly took pictures of himself and the fish and uploaded them to his social media account. "Is Rasfa busy?" Chun Zhao asked. "He's in Japan," Stephen said. Two underlings beside him walked up to ask James, "Mr. James, do you need us to prepare this fish for you? It's very good for making sashimi." James nodded. After taking the pictures, he was only interested in food. There was plenty of food on the boat. However, he still hoped to eat the fish he caught himself. The underlings carried over 2 boxes of beer. As long as they were almost done with their beer, the underlings wouldn't give Qin Zhao and the others any free time. They would immediately replenish the beer and food. "This boat is really beautiful," Stephen exclaimed. "You can order one too. You're more familiar with the yacht company than me. It's not like you don't know about my recent financial situation. I hope that mysterious island can help me pay off the money in the bank as soon as possible so that I have enough money to book a yacht." Even in the most difficult times, Stephen did not sell his shares of the mysterious island. He knew that Mystical Island's potential was far greater than all the assets he had now. "Mr. Stephen, I remember there were more than 1 million visitors on the opening day of Mysterious Island." James was also a shareholder of Mysterious Island, so he knew the statistics of Mysterious Island. "It's only for a few days," Qin Zhao said. "It's starting to drop." Of course, it's impossible to maintain 2 million visitors every day. Stephen knew the business rules better than Chun Zhao. In the first few days, people were attracted by the Mysterious Island's gimmick. There were also the tourists brought by the documentary. For the Mysterious Island to continue to be popular, the first step was to make the island a tourist attraction. Currently, the Mysterious Island was developing well. Although the number of visitors had dropped, it still maintained an astonishing figure of 100,000 visitors per day. What was the concept of 100,000 visitors a day? The number of tourists in Hawaii in the past 2 years was only about 8 million. The Mysterious Island was right in the middle of Hawaii and the mainland. Geographically, the Mysterious Island was Hawaii's natural enemy. This year's outbreak of the spirit tide, coupled with the exposure of the spirit world. The promotion of Mysterious Wonder Island had attracted a large number of tourists, including many potential tourists from Hawaii. It could be said that whatever Hawaii had, the Mysterious Island had. What the Mysterious Island had might not be found in Hawaii. It could be said that the Mystical Island's current flow of visitors was entirely due to the right karma of time, place, and people. Moreover, the tourists who came to the Mysterious Island were all very high quality. In the first few days of opening, the daily consumption of the Mysterious Island reached $30 billion. Although it had dropped, it still maintained the level of $5 billion per day. Out of this $5 billion, almost 100 million would go into the pockets of Chen Zhao and the other shareholders. Most of the $100 million income came from the rent and the shop's operating expenses. This kind of business fees could only be found in the busiest commercial areas in the world. Another part was the income from the shops they had opened on the island. This was a long-term business. The Mysterious Island was only half built. Everyone agreed to continue investing in the Mysterious Island. The profits could be seen from the Mysterious Island. Many big brands also saw the potential of the Mysterious Island. They all hoped to enter the Mysterious Island. Once these big brands entered the Mysterious Island, it would boost the island's GDP again. Stephen did some calculations. If the Mysterious Island's income could be maintained at the current level, then his annual dividend from the Mysterious Island would be equivalent to half of his life's worth of hard work. This was a terrifying amount of profit. This was also why he didn't choose to sell the Mysterious Island's shares even when he was short on funds. Another big reason was that his movie had the support of Chen Zhao's lucky coin. That was why it had been so successful. What about Qin Zhao himself? His own brewery was proof enough. It was almost the most profitable company in the world. What about the mysterious island, which had such a huge investment? Would Chen Zhao just watch as Mysterious Island suffered losses? The result was obvious. As long as he followed Chen Zhao, he definitely wouldn't lose money. Stephen had never shared this idea with anyone else. In the past few months, he'd been extremely depressed because of the lack of funds. But the feeling now was completely different. For Stephen, he was lying on his bed and money kept raining down from the sky. No, it wasn't a rain of money. It was a rain of gold ingots. This feeling of making money every day was amazing. They didn't have to worry about losing money at all. It seemed that they just had to follow behind Chen Zhao. There was no need to worry about losses. This was why he'd suggested last time that Chen Zhao could help him come up with a plan. He wanted to think of a project that no one in the spiritual world had been involved in yet. Now, he was even more determined about this project. After he'd had enough fun this time, he'd start the project immediately. He'd start the project as soon as possible. Now, the management of the mysterious island had been handed over to a board of directors formed by the shareholders. According to the news from the board of directors, the mysterious island was almost the most popular investment project in the world. Those with power were asking if they could invest in the mysterious island. Those without power wanted to buy some shops or land. But now, who among the shareholders of the mysterious island would sell their shares at a time like this? Only a fool would do such a thing. Everyone was holding on to the shares of Mysterious Island. If this trend continued, the Mysterious Island's GDP could very well exceed $1 trillion. This was a shocking potential. It meant that the money they took from the bank would be more than their net worth. Chapter 32:15. Stephen made up his mind not to invest recklessly anymore. The investment theory he had learned couldn't compare to following in Chen Zhao's footsteps. Back then, Chen Zhao hadn't been as rich as him, but in just 3 years, Chen Zhao's wealth had far surpassed his. They spent the night on the yacht and arrived at the mystical island at 10 o'clock the next day. When they saw the coastline of the mystical island, there were already more ships around. The first phase of the mysterious island airport had just been completed. The airport's capacity was still very limited. Therefore, the main mode of transportation was by boat. There are thousands of yachts in the harbor. Although it was busy, it was orderly. It only took a few hours to get here from Los Angeles. Many of them had private yachts. Even renting it for a day would only cost a few $100s. Therefore, there were tens of thousands of yachts coming and going every day. There was also the cruise ship, which brought 20,000 to 30,000 tourists every day. At the same time, the same number of tourists would board the cruise ship here. The airport's throughput was about the same. There were also a few sailboats. It was said that the American national team came here for vacation and training. Although it had only been open for half a month, the mysterious island had already shown its amazing potential. Everything here was unbelievably prosperous. The Didola docked at the harbor. The Didira's outstanding appearance attracted many people's attention. Stephen and James were both wearing hats and sunglasses. Just then, the board of directors found them. They had already heard that a few major shareholders were coming today. Stephen's representative came to greet them. Mr. Stephen, Mr. Chen, Mr. James, hello. Hello, Wooler. Stephen nodded. Do you have any plans? Wu Lu glanced at them. How about we go to the hotel first? There were now more than 10 hotels on the mystical island, 2 of which belonged to Dell. Have someone send our luggage back to the hotel, Chen Zhao said. We're not here to stay. Okay, how about we go to the special rental company first? Wu Lu said. Chen Zhao, Stephen, and James all knew about the special rental company. This special rental company specialized in renting transportation. However, it wasn't an ordinary vehicle, but an animal. It was a special marine creature on the island. These sea creatures were all very big. Currently, they had developed 2 types of transportation. One was the giant crayfish. The other one was the Titan crab. Both of these giant creatures were extremely large. They were over 3 meters tall and weighed more than a ton. This was a rare opportunity for most tourists to get close to the creatures on the magical island. Renting this kind of transportation was not cheap. However, even if it was an expensive rental fee, still, it could not stop the tourists who flocked to it. The daily turnover of the special leasing company alone was more than $30 million. The profits were even more astonishing. When everyone arrived at the special rental company, under Wu Li's lead, everyone entered the company. Half of the area was seawater, and from time to time, crayfish would pop out of the water. The caretaker would strike the gong on the shore, and a few giant crayfish would emerge from the water and climb ashore. Then the staff put the giant crayfish on the cart and threw some food into the giant crayfish. The strength of the giant crayfish was very great. Even if it was hooked up to the carriage, it was not strenuous at all. Each cart could seat a driver and 3 passengers. The driver skillfully controlled the giant crayfish's movements. He could even stop and turn as he pleased. However, the giant crayfish's movement speed was not fast. Vimy and Didela rode in the same car. Both Wimi and Didira enjoyed the wonderful journey. These giant crayfish could drive on the road. In fact, there were no cars with gasoline engines on the island. Most of them were electric sightseeing cars. There were also helicopters. Most of the cars on the streets were sightseeing cars. The smaller ones could also carry a family. The larger ones were the big buses. They were all slow models. Of course, no one who came to the island would be in a hurry. The island itself was not big. Usually, a family would come to the island and rent a sightseeing car. Of course, apart from the rental business. The mysterious island also had another business, which was the wedding photo business. Apart from the professional team, the island also had a unique resource. The giant sea animals with divine artifacts would be great supporting characters. They were also very obedient and could fulfill the photographer's requirements. Everyone rode the giant crayfish or Titan crab to the restaurant. This was their second stop. The restaurant was opened by Chun Zhao. Maybe it was because Chun Zhao liked food, or maybe he was more experienced. The restaurant provided the best ingredients. Of course, there were also some indescribable ingredients. These ingredients were extremely delicious, but at the same time they were so expensive that it made one's hair stand on end. Nevertheless, anyone who had eaten here once would not complain about the price. They would also think that it was worth it and only hoped that they could come again. It was Wimi's first time. She almost swallowed her tongue. Just then, an announcement appeared on the restaurant's projection screen. According to the news from the League of Defender, Guardian Amon has just risen from the bottom of the sea and risen into the sky. He is expected to fly over the island in 3 minutes. Tourists on the island, you will have the honor of witnessing Guardian Amon's first appearance since the opening of the island. All the tourists looked up at the sky. Soon, they saw a black shadow appear in the sky not far away. The shadow blocked out the sun, and a huge shadow covered the entire mystical island. Amon was even larger than the island itself. He was like a flying continent. He flapped his huge wings and flew over the island. Everyone cheered with their hands in the air. To them, they were the luckiest. They had the honor of witnessing Guardian Amon's appearance. Amon let out a loud and clear voice. Although it was loud, it was filled with peace. It was as if he was responding to the cheers of the tourists on the island. After flying over the island, Amon dove into the sea. Of course, there were also a few helicopters following Amon. Even when Amon sank into the water, he still lingered above the sea reluctantly. One had to admit that as the king of popularity on the island, Amon's charm was too great. Or rather, it was the image that the media had created for him that gave him a unique popularity. Many film companies even contacted the island's board, hoping to use Amon's image in their productions. Chapter 32:16. Then Chun Zhao's family returned to the hotel to rest. Chun Zhao Stephen, and James went to the board meeting. They didn't come to play this time. They also wanted to understand the specific situation of Mysterious Island. First, they looked at the financial report. Stephen's head hurt. It wasn't because the report looked bad. It was because it was too good. He'd invested in many companies over the years. Whether it was real or fake, he'd never seen such a good report. All of their projects were profitable, like crazy. The number of customers kept increasing too. It didn't seem that obvious. The number of customers increased by hundreds or thousands every day. However, many a little makes a mickle. This momentum was very good. They'd originally planned to use all the profits for the first 3 years without dividends. But looking at the report, if they didn't pay dividends in the first year, the investment would only be accumulated in Mysterious Island account. If they changed their mind and used some of it as dividends, they would definitely accumulate a lot of cash. Chen Zhao didn't care. He already had a lot of cash, so it didn't matter if he was tired or not. But Stephen couldn't bear to see cash in his bank account. As long as he had cash, he couldn't help but use it to invest. As long as he had cash, he couldn't help but invest it. This is a kind of pain and happy feeling. He'd never made such a successful investment before. Mysterious Island's investment was probably the best one he'd made in his life. Chen Zhao also looked at Mysterious Island's account. In terms of profitability, Mysterious Island couldn't compare to Mountain Beer right now. However, that was only temporary because Dashin Beer had reached its production capacity limit and its market share had also reached its limit. This year, it fluctuated every quarter. Mysterious Island was different. It was at a low point now, but it was already showing unparalleled profitability. It could be predicted that as long as it could maintain this growth, Mysterious Island would become the most profitable project. Chen Zhao wasn't a professional financial expert, so he could only get a rough idea. This roughly meant the profit figure at the end. He couldn't give any development suggestions. Chen Zhao's team could take care of these things. Chen Zhao only needed to know that Mysterious Island was developing well. Then Chen Zhao met Felwood Scott. Felwood Scott knew that Chen Zhao had come to Mysterious Island. He came directly from Los Angeles. He also brought detailed information. Felwood Scott was currently working on several major projects on the mystical island. Naturally, he also made a lot of money from these projects. The airport and the reclamation project were the projects he was responsible for. The first phase of the airport project had been completed, and the second phase would be completed in the first half of next year. Moreover, judging from the current situation, the original 3 phases of the project were far from enough to satisfy the passenger flow of the Mysterious Island. Currently, the number of flights to and from Mysterious Island simply could not satisfy the number of passengers on the island. Therefore, it was necessary to increase the size of the airport. Felwood Scott certainly wouldn't let this piece of meat fly away from his mouth. The other one was the public facilities project on the mystical island. It was also a very large amount of work. From Felwood Scott, Chen Zhao learned the specific progress of the projects he was in charge of. Felwood Scott realized that ever since he'd met Chen Zhao, his career had been on the rise. In just 3 years, a small engineering company had transformed into the largest engineering company in California. It was one of the top companies in the United States. Now, if he participated in the bidding for any project, as long as he reported that his company was the contractor of a certain project on the mystical island, under the same conditions, his company would almost certainly win. This was the benefit brought about by popularity. It was all green money. After learning that Chen Zhao was only here to have fun and would stay for a few days, Marquis was shocked. Felwood Scott also decided to spend a few days on Mysterious Island. Wilmy and Diddala went out to play together. They had originally listed out a lot of travel guides. However, they spent the entire afternoon playing in the ocean zoo. Even though it was just an ocean zoo, it was enough to make them enjoy it so much that they forgot to leave. There are a lot of interesting projects here. There were also many projects that could interact with marine life. In the entire mysterious island, apart from the special rental company that was used as a means of transportation, this was the only place where one could have close contact with marine life. There was even a marine biology research institute on the island that was open to tourists. Ever since marine biologist Isaac had been recruited by Chen Zhao, he'd been Chen Zhao's loyal lackey. He was in charge of studying marine life and was also responsible for the profits and losses of the research institute. Even though it was a research institute, it still had strong profitability. This was because many tourists had a strong interest in these marine creatures. Isaac was quite happy with the way things were. Chen Zhao offered him a generous salary. At the same time, he also had a share of the profits of this research institute. Moreover, it was the only officially recognized research institute on Mysterious Island. This caused his reputation in the industry to skyrocket. If other marine biology experts wanted to obtain research samples, they had to go through his review. If he wasn't happy, even the American government wouldn't be able to do anything. This also caused Isaac to listen to Chen Zhao's every word. Sometimes, Chen Zhao would ask him to publish a research report that contained his personal information. Isaac would carry it out without a single mistake. This was because he knew very well who brought him his current wealth and fame. When he heard that Chen Zhao's adopted daughter and friends were going to visit the institute, he brought them into an area that wasn't open to the public. Whatever they wanted to see, Isaac let them in without saying anything. It took Wilmy and Didala a whole day to visit a marine biology zoo. Wilmy's horizons had also been broadened in these 2 days. It wasn't enough for rich people to just rely on their imagination. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they definitely wouldn't be able to understand it. When they went out, they didn't call a car. When they left the hotel lobby, the car was already parked outside. When they went to a high-end restaurant, other people had to wait in line, but they went in directly. It was as if Mysterious Island belonged to their family. Other people were here for a vacation, but their family was here to visit the back garden. What they looked forward to the most was that Chen Zhao would arrange for them to have close contact with Amon. Wilmy didn't think that Chen Zhao could even arrange something like this. She was very excited. After all, after watching the documentary, she was completely infatuated with Amon. Chapter 32:17. They arrived at the area where Amon was. This area of the sea was exclusive to Amon. Generally, no one else was allowed to enter here. Both Wei Mi and DDRA put on their diving suits with the help of a professional diver. Under the command of the diver, DDRA and Wei Mi dived into the sea. Looking down from the sea, there was only darkness. Only by looking down from the air could they see the huge shadow below. The two slowly dived into the water. Of course, there was also a professional diver accompanying them. The three slowly descended to the depths. Gradually, Wei Mi could see Amon's figure. At close range underwater, Amon looked like a continental plate. Suddenly, Amon opened his eyes. At this time, the three happened to be looking directly into Amon's eyes. Even the accompanying diver was startled, even though they knew that Amon was the guardian of the sea. But such close contact still made Wei Mi and the diver a little frightened. Only DDRA waved her hand. She had been in contact with Amon before, but at that time Amon was not so huge. At this time, a huge bubble enveloped the three. The three were a little surprised, but soon they found that the bubble did not hurt them. Instead, it enveloped them in it. In this bubble, they could breathe air freely without the support of diving equipment, and the bubble descended at a faster rate. The three could not feel the pressure of the deep sea at all. They freely enjoyed the strange beauty of the deep sea in the bubble. It was completely different from the scenery on land. In the deep sea, there were more gorgeous coral reefs. There were all kinds of beautiful fish. There was a complex ecosystem. For the three, it was a wonderful scenery. As Amon slowly moved his body, the bubble was also taken away by him. The three also swam with the bubble to the bottom of the sea. At this time, they found a pod of whales not far away. It was a pod of humpback whales. They also followed Amon's side. Using the current produced by Amon when he swam, they could move forward more easily. They were not afraid of Amon at all. There was also a young humpback whale that tried to push against the bubble with its head. But it was not an attack, it thought it was a game. The scene was as beautiful as a poem and full of harmony. Half an hour passed. The bubble took the three back to the original sea and began to float. When the three of them returned to the boat, a pillar of water suddenly rose from the sea. The pillar of water soared into the sky, filled with disbelief. Then, after the water column entered the clouds, it turned into wind and rain. Whammy stood on the deck and looked at the beautiful scenery. She still could not calm down. The diver who went into the water with them was also excited. He took out his phone and kept refreshing his WeChat moments. "Didi, aren't you excited at all?" Didira grinned. She had learned this from Chun Zhao. Whenever he was being perfunctory or awkward, he would reveal such an expression. "Yes, I'm very excited," Didira replied. No matter how shocking the experience was, after experiencing it many times, it wouldn't matter anymore. Of course! He couldn't say this to Whammy. He didn't want to spoil her mood. On the way back, Whammy kept looking back. "Didi La, will Whammy have a chance in the future?" "Yes, I think so," Didira replied. When they returned to the mystical island, Chen Zhao sent someone to pick them up. It was dinner time, and Stephen and James came too. "Didira, how was your time with Whammy today?" "Pretty good," Didira replied. But Whammy clearly did not agree with her. She immediately added, "Very good, never good. Thank you very much for your arrangement, Mr. Chin." Whammy thanked him from the bottom of her heart. If not for Chun Zhao's arrangement, she might not have had the chance to experience such a magical thing in her life. "Chin, are you free tomorrow?" Feilai said, "If not, you can take care of the kids." "If there's nothing else, you can take care of the kids," Feilai said. Their dinner wasn't at the restaurant, but at the Mystical Islands Underwater Park. The underwater park wasn't open yet. The walls were completely made of special glass, so they could see the beautiful underwater scenery. The underwater park was not open to the public yet. The walls were made of special glass, and they could see the beautiful underwater scenery from here. The ingredients were transported from all over the world. Even Chen Zhao rarely made such arrangements. On one hand, the food and drinks at Chen Zhao's house were already the best. On the other hand, it was quite expensive. Not including labor, the cost of the ingredients and transportation alone was more than $1 million. It was even Chen Zhao's first time spending so much money on a meal. Everyone was quite satisfied with the dinner. The next day, it was Chen Zhao's turn to take care of the kids. Feilai brought the girls to go shopping. Mystical Island's philosophy was to worship and respect nature. However, there was no lack of modern facilities. As for shopping malls and the like, there was not a single one missing. Plus, all the big brands fought to enter the island. Mystical Island had also become a shopping paradise. As long as you could think of a luxury brand, you would definitely be able to find it here. The shopping mall Feilai brought the girls to was one that Stephen had invested in. Before they arrived, the manager of the mall had already received Stephen's call. He asked the manager to be prepared. Before they arrived, the manager had already arranged for a professional shopping guide. The professional shopping guide originally thought that they were just regular VIPs. She was also in charge of this business. Sometimes some celebrities would ask for her services too. But after following Feilai and helping her introduce the products, she realized that Feilai's family's shopping style was completely different from those celebrities. Others were shopping, but they were buying everything. It felt like they were either buying luxury goods or daily necessities. Moreover, they didn't care about the price at all. They didn't even blink when they spent millions of dollars in one store. This kind of shopping method was really a bit scary. When the shopping guide followed them, the most common thing she heard was, "Help me wrap this up." When they paid, they sent out a card. The shopping guide knew that it was an unlimited black card. After shopping on the first floor, they had already spent tens of millions of dollars. Did this family rob a bank? Then, on the second floor, the family didn't stop. Instead, they became even more aggressive. There was no difference between tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars. They didn't even blink when they bought it. Especially when they went to a jewelry store, they didn't even frown when they saw a $1 million pink diamond. This was the first time the shopping guide had seen such customers. They really didn't give money to the current customer. Chapter 32:18. The shop assistant was dumbfounded as she calculated how much money she had earned today. Then she came to a conclusion, one that even she did not dare to believe. Her commission today was enough to buy the most luxurious apartment in Los Angeles. She did not earn money from customers. Instead, she earned money from the merchants. Of course, she knew that what came from the sheep's back. However, she had been arranged to be a shopping guide for Phalai and the others. It was all because of her professionalism. But today, she felt that she could thank God. Today, she had earned more money than she could in the past few years. After an entire afternoon, Phalai and the girls were all a bit tired. Phalai glanced at the shopping guide. "Miss Amy, this is for you." The shopping guide looked at the exquisite gift in Phalai's hands. Her pupils constricted. She followed Phalai and introduced the gift to her. Of course, she knew what it was. It was a pair of blue diamond earrings, the work of a top designer. They were priced at $850,000. However, she still had her professionalism as her bottom line. She shook her head. "Sorry, Miss Phalai, I can't take it. My profession does not allow me to accept such a gift." "It's okay. It's not because you're working for me. It's a gift from a friend. If your superior has any objections, I'll take care of it." Amy was actually tempted, but she still shook her head in the end and rejected Phalai's gift. Okay, Phalai did not force her. She was very satisfied with Amy's service, which was why she gave her a gift. "Then you can have a meal with us. Is that okay?" "Of course. It's my honor." Amy did not reject this time, just as she had guessed. This dinner was a new experience for her. It was luxurious, but also expensive. The 3-day vacation ended quickly, although Amy still wanted more. She knew that she still had to focus on her studies. Perhaps she would have the chance to come here again in the future. However, she knew that she still had to focus on her studies. Perhaps she would come here again in the future. Although Amy was young, she was still very clear-headed. She did not forget herself after a few days of enjoyment. Chun Zhao did not return to Los Angeles with his family. Instead, he stayed on Mystical Island. Didi sent Phalai and the girls back to Los Angeles. Then it picked up another group of customers in Los Angeles. When Yi Ziqing and Zhang Ting saw Didi, they were shocked by its scale and unique design. Of course, the other employees of the animation company were no exception. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the Dadaira in front of them. The sense of technology brought about extreme, dazzling beauty. Moreover, the Dadaira itself was much bigger than the average yacht. The Dadaira was 150 meters long, which was close to the size of a medium-sized cruise ship. Moreover, the Dadaira was not a cruise ship, but a yacht. With such an ample amount of space, it was designed to be the ultimate. The streamlined hull was filled with the beauty of technology. Zhang Ting came to Los Angeles once. Last time, she had seen Qin Zhao's yacht. She had thought that the yacht was big and luxurious enough. But after seeing the Dadaira, she found that her imagination could not keep up with the extravagance of the rich. Is this really our boss yacht? Yi Ziqing was in awe. She had never seen such a good yacht before. He had never seen it, even in the top yacht rankings on the internet. She felt that this yacht was definitely the best yacht in the world, second to none. After boarding the yacht, they saw a tall woman on board. "Hello, I'm Fantas. Mr. Chin arranged for me to receive you. I'm also the temporary captain of this yacht." "Hello, Ms. Fantas." Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing behaved appropriately. After some pleasantries, Famtis showed them around the interior of the yacht. After seeing half of the yacht's facilities, the two only wanted to curse. Yes, they felt that the yachts they had enjoyed in the past were like small sampans. There was really an incomparable difference. The yacht was less than 20 meters long and only had 2 rooms inside and outside. It was completely different from the yacht they were on now. Yi Ziqing also felt that the trip was worth it. She had thought that the 20-hour flight just now was too tiring. Even first class made her feel tired. So, when she heard that they weren't going to a hotel but going out to sea, she even regretted following the group. She felt that this trip wouldn't be perfect. Qin Zhao had not considered their feelings at all. But now, she only felt that Chen Zhao's arrangements were perfect. Even though they were on the sea, they didn't feel any turbulence. It wasn't any worse than a vacation in the best hotel. Everything that the hotel could provide, the yacht could provide, or even better. Not only did the yacht have a swimming pool, but there was also a hot spring area and a sauna. There was even a luxurious theater. After more than 10 hours of sailing, they finally arrived at Mystical Island. It was a different feeling on Mystical Island. Qin Zhao had also arranged the most extreme experiences and enjoyment for them. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing felt that every project Qin Zhao arranged for them was like turning on a tap and flushing away hundreds of dollars. Yes, this was the feeling. It was completely unreasonable extravagance. For example, the hotel they were staying in. The best suite was for 2 people. A suite cost $8,950 per night. There were more than 60 of them, so there were more than 30 suites. Chen Zhao booked a suite on the 2nd floor of the hotel for them. They had spent nearly 2 million yuan in one night. There was also food and transportation, which were also mind-numbing expenses. There were also all kinds of entertainment. If it was a normal tycoon, they would go bankrupt in minutes. The next day, Chen Zhao had lunch with the employees of the animation company. Then it was half a day of free time. Each of them received a card that allowed them to enter and experience every open event on Mystical Island for free. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing didn't go out with the others. They followed Qin Zhao instead. Qin Zhao drove the electric sightseeing car while Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing sat in the back. One had to admit that the electric scooter felt really good. Qin Zhao felt that it was necessary for his family to buy a few and put them on the grass beside Mirror Lake. Aren't you going to play? Boss, this is the specific process of our movie project and the current development progress. Please take a look. Didn't you show it to me last time? It's different. At that time, the project hadn't started yet. I had to rely on my own imagination for a lot of things. This is the official project planning document. It's not working hours now. I didn't invite you here to change places. Boss, please take a look. Chen Zhao parked the car by the road and took the document. You guys are really good. You let me read documents on the road. Chapter 3219. Chen Zhao glanced at the document and returned it to Zhang Ting. Just tell me directly, what's the current progress? What are the technical difficulties? Are there any funding gaps? Boss, the current progress is still in the early stages. We've completed the model of the main character and the main villain, Zhang Ting said. There are no technical problems, but Zhang Ting glanced at Qin Zhao and observed the change in his expression. After a slight pause, she continued, the main problem is that our company's equipment is a bit old. What kind of equipment? The computer used to render the graphics and special effects still lacks a host computer with powerful computing power. The computer used to create special effects is not the same as our normal computers. It needs professional equipment. With the equipment we have now, the speed of rendering the graphics and special effects is at least 2 times slower. Do we need the equipment? How much? Zhang Ting gulped. Chen Zhao said calmly, just say it. We've already said this much, so there's no need to hide. Since I've decided to invest in Chinese comics, I'm already mentally prepared. I can't give any suggestions in terms of strategy, but as long as it can be solved with money, it's not a problem for me. Zhang Ting was still a bit hesitant. Chun Zhao glanced at her. Is it because it requires a lot of money? Zhang Ting nodded. Chun Zhao was still calm. How much exactly? A professional animation computer costs at least 500,000 renminbi. If it's the best at the current stage, the price will double. If it's imported, there'll be tariffs and the price will increase by 30%. All the departments in the company need about 70 units. The computer also needs at least 2 million renminbi and has a computing power of 100 million times per second. Not much, but how long can this equipment last? According to the industry's standard equipment cycle, it can last about 5 years. Of course, it's not like it can't be used after 5 years, but there'll definitely be new technology in the next cycle. 5 years, 100 million equipment. That's not expensive, Qin Zhao said calmly. Write a report for me when you go back. If there's no problem, the money will be transferred immediately. Also, you can contact the equipment supplier now. Boss, 100 million renminbi isn't a small amount. Aren't you going to audit it? I have my own professional team. Chen Zhao said nonchalantly. I don't need to be responsible for the audit. Shouldn't we make a decision after the audit? Chen Zhao looked at Zhang Ting in surprise. Didn't you ask for the new equipment? Why are you singing a different tune? I'm just afraid that you'll go bankrupt. Zhang Ting was half serious and half joking. I'm sorry, but the amount of investment you requested might not even be enough for a day's income. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Are you kidding me? Even the number one on the Forbes list would not be able to make such a huge profit. Don't look at those super rich people on the Forbes list with assets of tens of billions of US dollars. In fact, most of these assets relied on the valuation of the financial market to bring wealth. It's not the money you actually have. Chun Zhao's wealth was growing faster than the people on the Forbes list. This was a genuine increase in wealth. There would not be a sharp appreciation or depreciation of wealth due to the fluctuations in the financial market. Boss, is your brewery really that profitable? If it's just the brewery, it wouldn't be so profitable. But if you add in the mysterious island, it will be. Mysterious island? Boss, you have property on the island? Yi Ziqing asked in surprise. I'm the biggest shareholder of the island. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing could not close their mouths. Especially Yi Ziqing. She had some exposure to financial products. Now, investors from all over the world were watching the island. They were also asking when it would be listed. The value of the mystical island was too great. It had only been open for less than a month. But a lot of data had already been dug out. For example, the number of tourists and their spending power. The island was not big, but the number of tourists could reach the level of a medium-sized country's tourism industry. This also caused the island to become the most profitable place in the world. Its GDP even exceeded that of a small country. This was very terrifying. The GDP of an island exceeded that of a country. This meant that the owner of the island would be the richest person in the world. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing finally understood how rich Qin Zhao was. No, they had no idea at all. It was impossible to estimate, unless Qin Zhao listed the island. The market would make the fairest calculations. If Mysterious Island was listed, its market value would instantly surpass that of the most valuable company in the world. So, if Chen Zhao wanted to, he could even make his net worth surpass the top 10 billionaires on the Forbes list. Of course, valuations were meaningless to Chen Zhao, unless Chen Zhao planned to sell his shares. Even if Mysterious Island was not listed, Chen Zhao would still be the richest person in the world. He could even omit the 1%. Chen Zhao did not plan on using Mysterious Island to make money. That was too immoral. With his current wealth, he did not need to do such things. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing finally understood why Qin Zhao had arranged for them to vacation on Mysterious Island. Boss, When will Mysterious Island be listed? Chen Zhao rolled his eyes at Yi Ziqing. Never. Yi Ziqing was not surprised by this answer at all. Zhang Ting was deeply hurt. She had prepared herself for more than 10 days and asked Chen Zhao for a huge sum of money, but it was only a day's income, maybe even less than a day. She might not be able to earn this amount in her lifetime. No wonder Chen Zhao was so generous and did not treat money as money. He was someone who truly believed that wealth was just a number. The two also wanted to experience how it felt to have an extra 100 million in their bank account every day. Of course, this experience could only be done in their dreams. They did not have to worry about Chen Zhao squandering all his wealth now. To squander all his wealth, he really had to have a certain ability. Normal people could not do this. The speed of squandering could not keep up with the speed of increasing wealth. This guy must be very troubled. Even if Chen Zhao was a nouveau riche, he was the one who could make the most money. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing decided not to help Chen Zhao save money anymore. No matter how much they squandered, they probably could not touch Chen Zhao's wealth. They did not know that Chen Zhao still had tens of thousands of tons of gold. Their spending these 2 days could not even keep up with the interest generated by the cash in his bank account. Chapter 32:20. Meanwhile, in the hotel, Lin Yi picked up the hotel phone and dialed a domestic number. It couldn't be helped. It was too expensive to make a call with a cell phone. Uncle. Kid, do you still have time to call me? Strange. Why is the caller ID overseas? What's this number? Uncle, I'm traveling overseas with the company's leader. This is the hotel's number. If you're traveling overseas, then go ahead. Why are you calling me? Are you showing off? Uncle Lin, Yi said angrily. Uncle, aren't you a Taoist scholar? I have something to ask you. Are you interested in Taoism? Uncle Lin, Yi asked, puzzled. Lin Yi didn't know his uncle's identity. Uncle Lin Yi usually presented himself as a charlatan. His family thought that Uncle Lin Yi was a fortune teller. There were many Taoist books at home. However, Uncle Lin Yi often held them in his hands while others couldn't understand them. Lin Ye's father passed away when he was young, and his mother remarried. Therefore, Lin Yi lived with his uncle. Uncle Lin Yi had given him some Taoist books in his early years. However, Lin Yi couldn't understand them, so Uncle Lin Yi didn't let him read them anymore. Here's the thing. Our boss came up with a question. He said that there's a person who has cultivated an inner world, and his inner world has evolved into a small world. How should this small world evolve next? Uncle Lin Yi raised his eyebrows. Did your boss give you this question? It's a question our boss gave to all our employees. Anyway, our boss often comes up with such questions. Whoever answers well will get a higher bonus. Last time, there was an employee who was a Taoist priest when he was young, and he got a huge sum of money. I'm thinking that if I can get the bonus, we can renovate our house. Am I right, Uncle? Tell me the details, Uncle Lin Yi said solemnly. Lin Yi explained the question in detail and said, Uncle, doesn't Taoism explain the evolution of the inner world? How do you think this small world should evolve? After a moment of silence, Uncle Lin Yi said, Did your boss really come up with this question? Yes, big boss. Give the phone to your boss. Huh, this. Uncle, our boss isn't here. Also, why are you looking for him? If you want the bonus, tell your big boss. I know the answer to his question. Uncle, do you really understand? Cut the crap. Lin Yi was still a little hesitant. Uncle, why don't you tell me first? I'll pass it on to my boss. You can't even understand a few books at home, and you still expect you to understand what I'm telling you. I don't understand. And our big boss doesn't understand even more. Cut the crap. Really? Lin Yi was still a little worried. After all, he was very satisfied with his current job. Not only was it a career that he liked, but it was also a generous salary. He was worried that his uncle would say something wrong and cause him to lose his job. You even know how to talk back to your uncle? Okay, I'll find our big boss for you. Uncle, don't talk nonsense. Do you think your uncle is a fool? Lin Yi hesitated and called Zhang Ting. Chief Zhang. Shaolin, what's the matter? Can you give me President Chen's phone number? The big boss doesn't like people calling him casually, Zhang Ting said with a frown. Why do you need his number? Zhang Ting was worried that Lin Yi would think that Chen Zhao was rich, so she asked him casually. It's my uncle. What does this have to do with your uncle? My uncle is a Taoist priest, the very experienced kind. I originally wanted to ask him about the big boss's question. My uncle said that he has a unique opinion. Are you sure? I'm sure. My uncle is very knowledgeable about Taoism. Lin Yi couldn't say that his uncle was a charlatan now. Zhang Ting thought for a moment. Lin Yi was usually very responsible, and his skills were quite high. He didn't have any bad habits, so he probably wouldn't have any bad thoughts. I'll ask the boss. After Zhang Ting hung up, she called Qin Zhao. Hearing that an experienced Taoist priest wanted to talk to him, Chen Zhao immediately agreed to Zhang Ting's request. Zhang Ting went around and gave Qin Zhao's number to Lin Yi. Then, Lin Yi gave his uncle the number. Ding, hey, may I ask how I should address you? My surname is Qin. And you are? Qin Zhao replied. I'm Lin Yunqiong. My Taoist name is Qiongding. You're right, spiritual master Qiongding. Chen Zhao didn't put on airs. His words were quite polite. I won't say any more polite words. I have some insights into the problem that fellow Taoist has been troubled by. You have ideas? Qin Zhao raised an eyebrow. This Taoist Qiongding was unknown, but he actually had ideas? You don't seem to trust me. What do you think of Celestial Master Zhang of Dragon Tiger Mountain? His cultivation is the best in the world, and he's very knowledgeable about Taoism. Then how do you compare to Celestial Master Zhang? My cultivation is much lower than Celestial Master Zhang's. I've only just entered the Shangqing realm. I just realized that the world is vast, and the path of Tao is limitless. I've talked to Celestial Master Zhang before, but even he can't answer my question. Why do you think you can answer my question? Qin Zhao believed that since this Taoist Qiongding knew about the Shangqing realm and could enter it, his cultivation was definitely not low. However, his cultivation was lower than Zhang Tianyi's. Chen Zhao felt that it was very unlikely that he could answer his question. Of course. Chen Zhao believed that he wasn't a liar. Perhaps he just wanted to talk to someone with the same Tao. You should know that everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. My cultivation is lower than Celestial Master Zhang's, but that doesn't mean that I'm worse than him in everything. Then what do you think about my question? I don't dare to say that, but before I answer your question, can you answer my next question? Qin Zhao smiled. He hadn't gotten an answer yet, but Qiongding had asked him first. Go ahead. Half a year ago, I felt that the heavenly Tao had changed. Someone had touched the heavenly Tao. Was it you? Qin Zhao thought for a while. He was probably talking about how he'd comprehended the Ascension realm and engraved it into the world. If you're talking about comprehending the heavenly Tao, then it should be me. You've broken through to the Shangqing realm. Yes, Qin Zhao answered. Taoist Qiongding was shocked. He found it hard to believe. It could even be said that it was thanks to Qin Zhao that he was able to enter the Shangqing realm. However, it was because he'd entered the Shangqing realm that he found it even more unbelievable. Chapter 32:21. He felt that the Shangqing realm was a vast ocean and an unfathomable abyss. Every time his comprehension improved, it was like dropping a drop of water into the ocean or throwing a stone into the abyss. To break through to the Shangqing realm, one had to fill up the ocean and level the abyss. He felt that every improvement he made was insignificant. He couldn't imagine how talented this person was to be able to fill up the ocean and level the abyss. I've answered your question. Now it's your turn. Have you heard of Taoism's Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things? Spiritual Master, Your question is a bit insulting. Isn't that from the Book of Taoism? Qin Zhao pursed his lips. Even though he didn't know much about Taoism, he'd still read the Book of Taoism. He wasn't completely familiar with it, but he could still remember such a classic saying. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Spiritual Master Cheongding said. Then I'll listen to your advice. My ancestor of the Lin family used Tao begets one. One begets two. Two begets three. Three begets all things as the foundation. He derived a complete cultivation method called the method of one breath. It's divided into 4 levels based on the 4 sentences of the Book of Taoism. Any descendant of the Lin family who can cultivate it will cultivate it. Almost every descendant of the Lin family can only cultivate the first level. I've also cultivated the first level. Tao begets one. You want to teach me the method of one breath? No. The method of one breath is a secret technique passed down in my family. It can't be taught to outsiders easily. However, I can share the concept of the method of one breath with you. I'd like to hear the details. Qin Zhao couldn't help but become more serious. Reaching the Shangqing realm with just 1 level proved that the method of one breath wasn't an ordinary cultivation method. Tao begets one. I've already understood it thoroughly. Using one's own Tao to fuse with the power of heaven and earth, freeing oneself from a small world. This is called one. Qin Zhao thought about it and found it reasonable. Everyone had their own experiences, but Spiritual Master Cheongding was talking about fusing with the power of heaven and earth. It was most likely referring to the process of fusing heavenly runes into one's own body to create a small world. Furthermore, 1 is 2 means that the small world will give birth to the inner world. The inner world and the inner world are 2, and the 2 complement each other. The second level of the One Qi method contains the key to cultivating the inner world. Qin Zhao nodded slightly. He was experienced, so he knew more than Venerable Cheongding. However, the process was much more complicated than what Taoist Master Cheongding had described. However, the steps were roughly the same. Perfected Master Cheongding didn't want to share the technique with Qin Zhao. Of course, Qin Zhao wouldn't share his things with him. The third level, 2 begets 3, is about heaven, earth, and man. These 3 can also be said to be the interior realm, the outer realm, and the human body. These 3 are integrated into one, which is your current realm, ascendance, Qin Zhao said. Spiritual Master Cheongding was enlightened. He nodded with certainty. That's right. The 3 ascendance levels are heaven, earth, and me. I can be in heaven and earth can be in me. We can turn into a world, and the world is me. Also, 3 begets all things, which means that all things can be born. Perfected Master Cheongding continued. This is what you're troubled about now. Yes. Qin Zhao listened more seriously. He had to admit that perfected Master Cheongding's cultivation wasn't high, but he did have some understanding of his current realm. Of course, it wasn't completely the same. Compared to Qin Zhao's current level of cultivation, it was mostly self-discovery. There was no possibility of duplicating it. He used things that were pieced together to get rid of the weeds and retain the essence. Then he combined them into a complete technique. A technique that belonged to Qin Zhao alone. Even if Qin Zhao wanted to teach it, there probably wouldn't be a second person who could practice it. It seemed that the One Qi method was indeed extraordinary. Looks like the Lin ancestor isn't an ordinary person either. Fellow Taoist, you flatter me. Although my ancestor's talent was unparalleled, his cultivation base was not as high as fellow Taoist thinks. My ancestor first created the first 2 levels of the One Energy Tao technique. After that, his cultivation base reached that level. Then he used his cultivation base to explore the next 2 levels. Although he created the technique, it was mostly a trial and error. He had never truly cultivated it before, so there was no way to verify what effects it could achieve. Although my ancestor had once tried to break through to a higher realm. He was ultimately limited by his lifespan. Then what about 3 begets all things? The inner world is hidden in the body. The human body is also known as the treasure of the human body. It contains everything. It can give birth to yin and yang and naturally all things. The key to all things is the foundation of all things. The foundation of all things? What's that? I don't know. You don't know. It's not that I'm hiding it, but I don't know either. Even my ancestor only theorized it. He didn't try it himself. Since it's only theorized, how do you know about the foundation of all things? That's what I'm going to talk to you about. Chen Zhao didn't interrupt. He waited silently for spiritual master Qiong Ding to continue. My ancestor once obtained an incomplete ritual implement. I don't know who made it, nor do I know how it was made. However, this ritual implement contains some kind of indescribable technique. There is a mysterious substance left on the ritual implement. This substance seems to be able to change into all kinds of substances and can even change according to one's will. My ancestor named this item Myriad Life. However, this substance is too rare. If we don't repair the ritual implement, we won't be able to produce that substance again. My ancestor once tried to repair this ritual implement, but to no avail. If Mr. Chen can help me repair this ritual implement, then I am willing to share Myriad Life with you. How can you be sure that I can repair it? To repair it, I need an extremely important item. You're the only one who has it. No one else has it. Chen Zhao narrowed his eyes. What did he have that no one else had? It couldn't be anything substantial. Power? Or spiritual power of the ascended state? What exactly is it? The heavenly Tao, which is also the world's intent. Chen Zhao chuckled. Spiritual Master Cheongding, do you know what you're saying? Friend, I know that the world's intent is important to you, but don't you want to improve it? Spiritual Master Cheongding wanted nothing else but Chen Zhao's foundation. Inside and outside combined to form a small world. The foundation of the small world's existence was Chen Zhao's own Tao. Chen Zhao controlled the feathered serpent god's world, but he hadn't completely absorbed the world's intent. Thus, Chen Zhao couldn't take it out even if he wanted to. Spiritual Master Cheongding wanted to repair something he didn't know the use of. No one would agree, not even Chen Zhao. Chapter 32:22. There were high risks and high returns in finance. Chen Zhao didn't like to take risks, so he never played finance. Even his bank manager, Andrews, was only allowed to choose low-risk funds. Chen Zhao wouldn't choose to take risks in cultivation either. He would use his foundation and put everything into something he couldn't be sure of. There were too many uncertainties in Taoist Master Cheongding's suggestion. Even Taoist Master Cheongding himself had too many uncertainties. Mr. Chen, are you sure you won't reconsider? No, thank you, Chen Zhao said indifferently. Then okay. Taoist Master Cheongding didn't say anything else. Taoist Master Cheongding's status and power weren't something he could control. He was basically the ceiling of humanity in all aspects. Chen Zhao didn't have much hope in the first place. He was the most powerful being in this era, or even in human history. It didn't matter if he was talking to the most outstanding spiritualist of this era, or if he was using the knowledge of ancient sages for reference. Those were only references, not guiding lights. However, he didn't gain nothing from talking to Taoist Master Cheongding. After obtaining the green key, Chen Zhao knew everything about the ascension state, but it wasn't really everything. At the end of the day, the green key was just the crystallization of the wisdom of the most intelligent beings in the ancient era. He was not truly omniscient, nor was he truly all-encompassing. The green key's greatest effect wasn't the knowledge it contained. It could merge the knowledge of those who came after it. Each piece of knowledge was like a different building block. It was very difficult for a person to completely master all the knowledge he had mastered. However, The green key could merge all the related and connected knowledge into Chen Zhao's mind. Chen Zhao kept recalling every word and detail he'd talked to Taoist Master Chengding. Unfortunately, the green key didn't have any information about Viva. It was no wonder. After all, the green key only contained knowledge up to the ascension state. Plus, the term Viva was coined by the Lin family's ancestor. It would be strange if he could find relevant information in the green key's knowledge base. Hey, old Zhang, say it. What's with your attitude? Do I owe you anything? Then what attitude do you want? Last time in the 100-Ku archipelago, I asked you to help me with a small matter, but in the end you asked me for a lot of things. Judging by your attitude, it seems like we have nothing to talk about. I'll go look for Bifla. I've had a new understanding of cultivation recently. I might be able to help him get to ascendance level sooner. Wait, Qin Zhao, why can't you take a joke? I was just joking with you, and you took it seriously. I can't help it. I can't take a joke. It's not like you've known me for the first time. Tell me, what do you want from me? I just want to share my experience of ascendance level with you. Forget it if you're not willing to. Zhang Tianyi obviously didn't believe it. Chen Zhao was such a utilitarian. Why would he call him for no reason? Only an idiot would believe his words when he said that they would exchange their experiences. All right, I just want to exchange some cultivation experiences with you, and at the same time, I want to ask you about some things. What is it? Do you have any other versions of the Tao Te Ching, or a derivative Taoist scripture of Taoism? There are no other versions of the Tao Te Ching, but there are many derivative classics that you mentioned. Since ancient times, I don't know how many famous people have made new annotations to the Tao Te Ching. Some even use the Tao Te Ching as a foundation to derive new cultivation methods. Then give me a few. No, make me a copy of all of them. Sure, you can have as many as you want. I won't object even if you print them. Qin Zhao was a bit surprised. How could this dog be so straightforward? Qin Zhao had tricked him once before. He mustn't fall into his trap. What's your condition? No condition at all. Old Zhang, don't be like this. Just say it. Don't hide it. It's really nothing. Really? I'm serious. It's nothing big. I just want to know if you're coming back for Chinese New Year. Fuck you, I'm not going back. Hearing Zhang Tianyi's words, Qin Zhao's veins bulged. He cursed and hung up. A few minutes later, Zhang Tianyi called again. It's really nothing big this time. I just want to apologize for last year's Chinese New Year. Why are you so excited? Anyway, I won't go back. As long as you call me, I won't go back. That's not necessary. Of course, Qin Zhao answered firmly. Is there anything else? If not, I'm hanging up. Yes. Say it. Fine. I have a guardian beast on my mountain. He's been in a bad mood recently. Are you planning to change to another guardian beast? If that's the case, I'm happy to help. Just tell me if you want to steam or braise him. Fuck off. What's the matter? He also wants to hire a world-famous director to shoot a documentary. It has to be a good production with a large investment and a professional production team. You're too full, right? It's our family's divine beast that's too full. This is a bit difficult. Qin Zhao said, troubled. What's difficult? I don't know many directors, and they're very busy. I don't think they'll have time for a while. I have a few classic Taoist scriptures, Zhang Tianyi added. That's not what I mean. They really don't have time. While cursing Chen Zhao's insatiable greed, Zhang Tianyi said in a friendly tone, we don't need to film for long. You can come back and have some fun while we're filming. I'll apologize to you for what happened last time. I have a few Taoist scriptures here that can't be copied or distributed. If you want them, you can only read them on Dragon Tiger Mountain. How much are you going to pay? Dragon Tiger Mountain hasn't been doing well recently, Zhang Tianyi said awkwardly. How about you help me pay? Chen Zhao's face darkened. Gritting his teeth, he asked, how much is the budget for the documentary? How about you pay for it too? You think I'm a fool? That's not what I mean. Didn't you earn a lot of money recently? You don't care about a little bit of money, right? A little bit of money? You call a few $1,000,000 a little bit of money? Are you going to help me or not? I can pay for it if you can answer a question. Go ahead. Do you know what Vientiane is? Chapter 30, 223. I know, Zhang Tianyi answered straightforwardly. You know. Yeah. Living Being, the song sung by Sa Dingding. Fuck you. Chen Zhao was furious. I know it's Living Being. Zhang Tianyi's tone was still so annoying. Goodbye. Chen Zhao was about to hang up. Zhang Tianyi hurriedly said, You have to give me some hints about Living Being. It's so random. I just thought of that song. Do I need you to know? I'm asking you because I don't know. According to the literal meaning, all living things is life. Chen Zhao frowned. But thinking carefully, didn't living being mean vitality? But was it that simple? Chen Zhao shook his head. How disappointing. The top person in the world is only at this level. Zhang Tianyi was furious. He felt that there was no living being at all. Chen Zhao was just trying to piss him off. Goodbye. You haven't promised me yet. Don't go back on your word. You didn't answer my question either. Just you wait. 3 days. I'll give you an answer in 3 days. Zhang Tianyi directly summoned his disciples. The disciples didn't understand why Zhang Tianyi had gone crazy. Yes, their first reaction was that Zhang Tianyi had gone crazy again. Zhang Tianyi, who was the best in the world in the eyes of outsiders. He wasn't that reliable in the eyes of his disciples. It was normal for them to cause trouble every now and then. But Zhang Tianyi's position was still unshakable. After all, the Celestial Master position was lifetime. It didn't matter how many years it was. Unless someone could kill Zhang Tianyi early. But if they really had the ability, Zhang Tianyi was happy to give up his position. Zhang Tianyi coughed. The whispering people quieted down. Who knows Living Being? Grandmaster, I've heard this song before. Do you want me to sing it for you? Piss off. Zhang Tianyi kind of understood how Chen Zhao felt when he heard his answer yesterday. It was indeed infuriating. I'm asking a very serious question about Taoism now. Don't give me the answer of some pop song. Zhang Tianyi glanced at the disciples. Does anyone have any ideas? Grandmaster, just from the literal meaning. All living things should refer to lifespan, right? The veins on Zhang Tianyi's forehead bulged. Wasn't that just repeating what he had said to Qin Zhao yesterday? If it was that simple, would I need you guys? Everyone had a headache. Zhang Tianyi asked what myriad things grow was without any rhyme or reason. Who knew what myriad things grow was? Other than the song of the same name, they couldn't think of anything else. Their feelings were the same as Zhang Tianyi's yesterday. It was a brainless myriad living things. Was there any other explanation other than that song? Grandmaster, please give me some hints. Use your own knowledge and imagination. If I give you any hints, it will only limit your thinking. Zhang Tianyi himself was confused. What kind of hint would he give? Grandmaster, I've thought of something. Zhang Tianyi glanced at the disciple. Stand up and speak. The Nanhuai scripture mentioned myriad things grow. Myriad things are illusory. Great Tao is destroyed, myriad things grow, and the world changes. However, myriad things here aren't all things. They should be the 7 emotions and 6 desires, one's own emotions and consciousness. The life here isn't growth either. It should be creating something out of nothing. We Taoists focus on governing by doing nothing and having a pure heart and few desires. The world moves, but the heart doesn't. So, Grandmaster, you want to urge us to cultivate our hearts and minds and cultivate our morals so that we can't be controlled by emotions. Zhang Tianyi's lips twitched. Of course, he knew the Nanhuai scripture. However, the Nanhuai scripture didn't match what he wanted to know. He didn't know the correct answer, but he knew what the wrong answer was. No, think again. The disciple was depressed. This was the only book he could think of that had myriad things grow. Grandmaster, it's recorded in the book of Tao that Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. Is myriad things grow referring to the three things grow in the book of Tao? Zhang Tiany's heart jumped. Chen Zhao had asked him for the book of Tao's annotations and derived Taoist books for no reason. Then he asked him what myriad things grow was. Were the two really related? Zhang Tiany couldn't help but become serious, no matter how much he looked down on Chen Zhao's realm. But Chen Zhao's cultivation advancement was truly the best in the world. So he was concerned. Zhang Tiany would naturally care too. It was hard to say if Chen Zhao's current path wasn't something he would have to face in the future. According to the book of Tao's explanation, the three things grow is basically Tao begets all things, and all things can turn into Tao. Zhang Tiany's heart jumped. His understanding of the book of Tao far surpassed the many disciples present. The disciple had only given a summary, but Zhang Tiany could gain some understanding from the rough summary. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things grow into Tao. All things grow into Tao, all things grow into Tao. Zhang Tiany waved his hand. Okay, that's it for today. You can all go. All the disciples heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Tiany added, all of you go to the library and make a copy of all the Taoist classics related to the Tao Te Ching. I want you to copy them by hand to deepen your understanding of the Tao Te Ching. Don't go to the copy shop to make copies. Everyone wailed. There were at least 800 books related to the Book of Tao in the library. Zhang Tiany was asking for their lives. But Zhang Tiany ignored their wails and turned to leave. Hey, Qin Zhao, it's me. What? It's only been a day and you already have an answer? I already know what you want. Myriad living things grow. Oh, your myriad things grow is derived from the three things grow in the book of Tao, right? And then Chen Zhao wasn't surprised that Zhang Tiany could guess this key. If he couldn't even guess this, Zhang Tiany wouldn't be Zhang Tiany. When are you coming back? Let's talk. There's no need. Just tell me what you've deduced. If I'm satisfied, our deal will be done. There's no need to go through so much trouble. It's hard to explain over the phone. Then just send me a telegram. That's easy. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets all things. You're at the stage where two begets three. No, maybe you're three right now, but you don't know how three begets all things. Is that right? Zhang Tiany was Zhang Tiany. Chen Zhao could only understand because he'd reached this level. But Zhang Tiany had deduced his way up. With his talent, he probably wasn't below the Lin ancestor. If you want to know myriad things grow, then come back. We'll talk face to face. We can't talk over the phone. Chapter 3224. Qin Zhao was silent for a long time. It was indeed difficult to discuss Tao over the phone. In fact, it was impossible. Discussing Tao required an atmosphere. Chen Zhao didn't need to bathe and burn incense like the ancients. But the more prepared he was, the quieter the environment was, and the faster he could meditate. How about you go abroad? I'll get a private plane to pick you up. It's the best service. I'll think about it. Chen Zhao still didn't agree. Qin Zhao had come back to China for Chinese New Year last year to travel around. In the end, Zhang Tiany tricked him into saving the world. Chen Zhao didn't want to be tricked by Zhang Tiany again. After hanging up, Chen Zhao called Stephen. Stephen, what are you doing? Sleeping. I'll give you 30 seconds. If you can't give me a satisfactory answer in 30 seconds, I'll empty your wine cellar after I wake up. Okay. I have a friend in China who wants you to shoot a documentary, like The Guardian of the Sea. Huh? Your friend has an Amman too? More or less, but not in the sea. It's in the forest. How's your relationship with him? Actually, he didn't have to ask this question. If they weren't close, Qin Zhao wouldn't ask for his help. Remember what I mentioned to you last time about the establishment of the Supernatural Tournament Alliance? Stephen perked up immediately. Yes, it's related to that. Huaxia is the center of the supernatural world, and the supernatural world is very prosperous. This friend of mine is the leader of the supernatural world in Huaxia, and he's even the leader of the world's spiritualists. He's known as the strongest person, and at the same time he has a huge influence on the religion. In some aspects, his words are even more effective than the Pope's. You mean, if you're willing to accept this request, I believe your preparations will be much smoother. What's the reward? At your current highest price. Chen Zhao had already decided to help Zhang Tianyi pay. He couldn't be bothered to bargain with Stephen. All right, I'll accept this request. Stephen's answer was also quite straightforward. He would definitely be satisfied with the reward. Plus, Stephen's identity, status, and strength were all enough to make him lower his pride. Plus, Qin Zhao had personally asked. No matter what, he had to accept this favor. When do we start? What's the budget? Do you have a proposal? The budget is $100 million US, and there's nothing else. There's also no schedule. You'll have to start from scratch. Anyway, apart from you, the team from last time has to come with you. My friend doesn't want a simple task, but the highest requirement. Of course, even if it's your commission, I won't give up on my own work. Then it's settled. Are you coming along? Zhang Tianyi asked. Me. I'm just a layman. I can't give you any help during the filming. My friend's ability is not below mine. He can do what I can do, and what he can do, I may not be able to do. But I still trust you more. As long as you're by my side, my team and I can film without worry. Chen Zhao had a headache. He was back to square one again. Chen Zhao wasn't against returning to China, but he was against interacting with Zhang Tianyi. He had been traumatized by Zhang Tianyi. I'm not sure if I'll have time when you start. Fuck. Why are you so busy? I don't care if you let other people take care of all your businesses. I want you to stay by my side during the filming. You're a Chinese after all. You should be a good host when I go to China, right? If you want me to be a good host, you can go to my wine cellar and get a few bottles of wine. Of course, I'll take your wine cellar, but I still want you to come with me. I'll think about it. Chen Zhao hung up decisively. He really had a headache. Just then, Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing walked over. Boss, you look uncomfortable. You're so rich. What can make you unhappy? You think you can be unhappy with money. Anyway, I think money will make me happy. Fine. Money will indeed make people happy, but I'll still encounter unhappy things. Then throw money at the unhappy things, Yi Ziqing teased. There's nothing money can't solve. If there is, then you're not rich enough. Let me ask you guys something. Go ahead, boss. I have a friend in China who strongly invited me back to China during the Chinese New Year last year. After I returned, he treated me as a coolie. To put it simply, he cheated me. This year, he invited me back to China again, but I rejected him emotionally. However, my other overseas friend has business dealings with my domestic friend, and I am the middleman. Now, my overseas friend said that I must accompany him back to China during business hours. What do you think I should do now? Your friend tricked you of money? If it's that simple, then don't worry. Does your friend in China have something on you? No, but he does have something I want. That's why I'm the middleman. Then use money to buy what you want. To you, boss, money is just a number, isn't it? The key is my friend in China. He really treats money like dirt. He's also very influential, so it's almost impossible to use force. Is he a government official? No, but government officials often light incense for him. Boss, who exactly is your friend in China? Don't care who he is. Just tell me what I should do. Do you really have to be the middleman? I don't really want to, but it's true. I owe my friend in China a favor. Since you can't talk about money, you can talk about feelings, okay? Last time when I was overseas, I also cheated him, so he hates me now. If I want to talk about feelings with him, I might as well talk about feelings with a dog. Boss, your main problem is that if you come back, your friend will definitely cause trouble for you, right? Yes. Then find trouble for him first, so that he won't have time to find trouble for you. Chen Zhao's eyes brightened, but then he said awkwardly, "That's a solution, but my friend is very capable. Normal things can't trouble him. In some fields, he's the best in the world. Most of the people in these fields are his disciples and grand-disciples. Then let his peers take care of him. Your friends in the country can treat money like dirt, but do you think your peers will treat money like dirt too?" Chapter 32:25. Chen Zhao had to admit that Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing's suggestion gave him an idea. Find trouble for Zhang Tianyi, such as Baifla, 23rd generation Blood Mary, or Old John to find trouble for him. Of course, it wasn't money. Those guys couldn't be moved by money. Chen Zhao called Baifla, but it wasn't Baifla who answered. It was his disciple. Baifla was in seclusion. Chen Zhao called 23rd Blood Mary's number. "Hey, Chen, why are you looking for me?" "You're fighting?" "Yes, I'm busy now. If there's nothing else, call me in 3 days." "You're in big trouble?" "It's just a small problem. It's just a little complicated." The 23rd generation Blood Mary wasn't in a hurry, but her tone was a little impatient. "Can you get someone else to help you with that? You want to help me." The 23rd generation Blood Mary was a little surprised. From her understanding of Chen Zhao, she knew that he didn't like to get involved in trouble. To be honest, her current problem could be solved by herself. Chen Zhao was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. "No, I mean you can find someone else to help." For a moment, Mary didn't understand Chen Zhao's intentions. He wasn't going to help her and suggested that she find someone else? Was she crazy? "I'll pay you 5 fragments of the divine kingdom. You can pick the element. You can find someone else to help, like Celestial Master Zhang." Mary, the 23rd Blood, finally understood what Chen Zhao meant. He was giving Zhang Tianyi trouble. She didn't know his intentions, but she understood what he was trying to say. If Celestial Master Zhang comes, he'll probably solve it in half a day. Mary meant that Chen Zhao's price was enough to stall Zhang Tianyi for half a day. Mary meant that Chen Zhao's price was enough for her to stall Zhang Tianyi for half a day. Then never mind. You can solve it yourself. Don't bother Celestial Master Zhang with the small problem. I'll go see if old John has any trouble for Celestial Master Zhang. 30 fragments of the divine kingdom. The 23rd Blood Mary stated her price. 30 fragments of the divine kingdom, and I'll help you stall Celestial Master Zhang for 3 days. Chen Zhao sneered. 30 fragments of the divine kingdom could almost be pieced together to form a complete divine kingdom. It wasn't like he was asking the 23rd Blood Mary to go through hell or hell. Why would Chen Zhao give such a high price? A fragment of a divine kingdom might not be worth much to them. They had personally sent an entire god race to their deaths. Each of them had a sea of divine kingdom fragments in their hands. But on the black market, or in other words, to trade with someone of the same level, that was an astronomical price. However, none of them lacked money, and the fragments of the divine kingdom had a different meaning to them. Therefore, it was basically impossible for it to exist in the market. Blood Mary, I only want you, Heavenly Master Qin Zhang, to be my guest for a few days. I'm not asking you to slay a god. I'd rather kill a god. He's much harder to deal with than a god. Now, the few of them could confidently say that they had slain a god. After all, they were people who had slain a god. 10 divine nation fragments. This is the highest price I can offer. Perhaps Zhang Tianyi was even more difficult to deal with than the gods. But the 23rd Blood Mary was not in any danger. 10 divine kingdom fragments is too low. Besides, the number of divine kingdom fragments you have is more than the 3 of us combined. You shouldn't be so stingy. You sound like you have fewer divine kingdom fragments. In fact, the 23rd Blood Mary's number of divine kingdom fragments was second only to Chen Zhao's. It was almost half of Chen Zhao's. My divine kingdom fragments consume a lot. Don't lie to me. What do you have to consume? Are you going to smash people with the divine kingdom every day? I'm studying the divine kingdom. Didn't you already build your own divine kingdom? I did, but that doesn't mean I'm satisfied with the current state. The 23rd Blood Mary did not lie to Qin Zhao about this. However, the 23rd Blood Mary was just bullying Qin Zhao for being an amateur. Even if she was studying the divine kingdom, it did not mean that she would destroy the fragments while studying them. Moreover, studying the divine kingdom was not like smashing the fragments into water. Of course, anyone would want to have as many of such good things as possible. Qin Zhao did not have much need for the fragments. However, it did not mean that they were completely useless. Moreover, it did not mean that they would be useless in the future. 10 fragments are too low. At least 15. That's impossible. Just 10. If you accept this deal, I'll immediately send you the God Kingdom fragment. If you don't accept it, I won't force you either. I believe that one God Kingdom fragment is more than enough to deal with Celestial Master Zhang. In the end, the 23rd Blood Mary did not accept Qin Zhao's offer. Qin Zhao thought about it and still called John Sr. Qin Zhao was not very familiar with John Sr., but they had met a few times. They were on good terms. John Sr. had never entered the Shangqing realm, but his status was there, even if he was a regular person. Qin Zhao had no right to look down on him. Hey, John Sr., it's me. I know, Qin. What's up? Are you interested in the fragments? You want to sell them? John Sr. and Qin Zhao were not on the same side. He was not a member of their group. He knew that the 23rd Blood Mary suddenly had a fragment. He did not know where it came from. However, he was sure. Qin Zhao and the others definitely had them too. John Sr. knew that the fragments were very useful, but he did not have them. Even if he wanted to study them, he could not. He did not expect Qin Zhao to come to him voluntarily. What's the price? John Sr. was smart. He knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. So he asked for the price directly. If he could buy it with money, that would be the best. As for other conditions, he had to think about it first. Qin Zhao chuckled. It's free. John Sr.'s head hurt even more. Free was the most expensive thing. Qin, how about I owe you a favor? I need this favor now. John Sr. sighed. As expected, Qin Zhao still had something to trouble him with. Something that could make Qin Zhao ask for help. Then it would definitely be big trouble. However, he still hoped that he would be lucky. Perhaps it was something he could solve. What is it? Invite Celestial Master Zhang to the Vatican as a guest for a while, or find something for him. John Sr. frowned. This was easy, but what did Qin Zhao want to do? Was he going to attack Dragon Tiger Mountain? So he wanted him to send Zhang Tianyi away? If that was the case, he would not dare to accept it. What do you want to do? I plan to return to China for a few days. John Sr. was stunned, but then he remembered that Qin Zhao had returned to China last year and was dragged by Zhang Tianyi to do hard labor. This was not a secret in their circle. Chapter 32:26. John Sr. vaguely guessed Qin Zhao's intentions. He was probably traumatized by Zhang Tianyi's scheme last year. I can invite Zhang Tianyi to the Vatican as a guest, but I can't control him. I can't decide when he leaves. 2 divine kingdom fragments. Find something for him to do. For example, something that crawls out of your ancestral tombs and has to be taken care of by him. John Sr. was silent for a moment. 5 fragments. After all, if I want to keep Celestial Master Zhang, I need to open 1 or 2 dangerous seals. 3 at most. After all, I don't have that many fragments on hand. You should understand the origin of these fragments. They aren't some random trash that can be found on the side of the road. If you want to kill a god and then destroy their god's kingdom, every single fragment is worth a fortune. Okay, 3. I'll accept this price. Qin Zhao grinned. Those who hadn't seen the world were easy to trick. The 23rd generation Blood Mary asked for 30 divine kingdom fragments. John Sr. only asked for 3. Of course, it wasn't because John Sr. was cheaper. This was because divine kingdom fragments were extremely rare to him. But to Chen Zhao and the others, they weren't that tempting. Of course, this was also because the angle was different. If it was the 23rd generation Blood Mary from half a year ago, she could give up her life for a fragment. Back then, she didn't have anything without the fragment. But now the fragments in her hands could be used as popcorn. John Sr. knew too little about the fragments. He only knew their origins and a few uses. It was this small understanding that made him feel that the fragments were unattainable. "What do you plan to do?" Qin Zhao asked. "I plan to undo the seal on the king of evil spirits. Don't go overboard. I'm not responsible for you. Don't worry. The king of evil spirits isn't a big threat. It's just troublesome and hard to destroy." John Sr.'s tone was rather casual. Qin Zhao trusted John Sr. too. At least, John Sr. was more reliable than Zhang Tianyi on some things. Of course, there were only a few who were reliable. He didn't know if it was because older people were more jumpy. Zhang Tianyi was like that. John Sr. was similar. Of course, this kind of jump was based on the prerequisite of their strength. With old John's guarantee, Qin Zhao was relieved. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing were really confused by Chen Zhao's super high standard of reception. The cost of the trip for the next few days would be terrifying. In a week's time, they had played all the open projects on the mystical island. He ate everything that could be eaten, no matter how expensive it was. Before he left, he gave each of them a small gift. A pure gold, 100-gram golden statue of the Guardian. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing knew about this statue. It was said that it was a limited edition in the world, and there were only 999 of them. Apart from gold, it was also forged with the blood of the Guardian. It was said that the blood was shed during the battle between the World Guardians and the King of Beasts. Then they were collected. At least, that was what the advertisement said. If it was just the weight of gold, it would only be 30 to 40,000 yuan. However, if the commemorative value was taken into account, the value would be at least 20 times higher. Then, a ridiculously large private jet sent them directly back to China. Actually, Chen Zhao's original plan was for them to take a cruise on the way back and forth, so that they could enjoy the charm of a top-class cruise on the sea. However, the speed of the cruise ship was too slow. Chen Zhao could wait, but Zhang Ting was firmly against it. If the entire company boarded the cruise ship and came over, it would take at least 10 to 20 days. One round trip and the time spent on vacation. 50 days had passed. A round trip, plus the time spent on sightseeing, 50 days had passed. The movie project wouldn't be able to proceed. In the end, Zhang Ting even threatened Chen Zhao with leaving. Zhang Ting was indeed a talent. Even though Chen Zhao's original goal was to make them a think tank. Even though Chen Zhao's initial goal was to have them act as a think tank. But Zhang Ting still managed the company in good order. She didn't just have dreams. She also had the ability to realize them. Back then, Qin Zhao had bought Zhang Ting's studio. It wasn't because she wasn't capable enough. It was because the environment wasn't good enough. Take the current situation of the domestic animation industry, for example. It was built with the corpses of countless animation companies. Their company might still be losing money right now, but in reality, the company had improved a lot. Chen Zhao actually paid attention to animation companies too. Chen Zhao bought the studio and then turned it into a company. After an entire year, the first quarter was a pure loss. They didn't make a single cent. In the second quarter, they started to make profits. At the current stage, they were still losing money. However, it wasn't a loss. It was just a negative profit. In other words, their profitability had been shown. They had invested the money they needed for the next quarter in this quarter. except for the movie project they were working on now. Actually, their company's books were already doing quite well. Many animation companies didn't even have any profit. The person in charge of the company could only find investors with his glib tongue. He would give a telescope to the investors to show that he had to look at the long term and catch a big fish. This made it harder and harder for animation companies to get investments. However, the improvement of the environment in the past 2 years also gave animation companies a chance to survive. In the past, animation companies relied purely on the country's subsidies to survive. Some companies were only willing to make crappy cartoons to survive. For example, 7 or 8 years ago, a company had to make 2,000 minutes of 3D cartoons to get a subsidy of 1,000 per minute, which was 2 million yuan. This was also the reason why there were so many crappy 3D cartoons back then. In order to eat 2 million yuan, they had to do their best to reduce the cost of a 2,000-minute 3D cartoon. Usually, a normal 3D cartoon would cost a few thousand per minute, and this didn't include the abandoned scenes. The reason why subsidies were called subsidies was that they were given when the environment could not bring profits. However, those crappy companies reduced the cost of a few thousand per minute to a few hundred or even a few dozen. One could imagine how bad the quality would be. It couldn't even be described as bad, but as bad. Of course, the rise of domestic animation didn't rely on those crappy companies. It relied on companies like Zhongting, which had their own dreams and dignity. The environment was much better now. It still couldn't reach the level of a complete industry chain like America and Japan. At least, it was much better than 7 or 10 years ago. Chapter 3227 03227. After sending off the staff of the animation company, Chen Zhao felt much better. He also felt much more relaxed. Chen Zhao only had a fixed amount of time every day. That was to enter the 12th floor of the Tower of Trials and comprehend the fire of the first. Now, Chen Zhao's cultivation was almost stagnant. The small world had already taken shape. When fully expanded, it could reach a diameter of 10 kilometers. The inner world itself was infinitely large. However, the more it expanded, the greater the burden on the body. Only the fire of the first could continuously strengthen Chen Zhao's physique. The function of the fire of the first was to optimize Chen Zhao's genes. Of course, for Chen Zhao, his physique was his foundation. Chen Zhao was a strength type, after all. Therefore, strengthening his physique also increased the upper limit of his strength. However, the fire of the first only strengthened his physique bit by bit. The more he comprehended, the less obvious the effect was. If it was a normal demon, if it was not burned to ashes by the fire of the first, it could be strengthened into a super god in minutes. But now, Chen Zhao was already at an extremely high level. The enhancement he could get was barely satisfactory. However, even if the effect was not strong, it was still there. Chen Zhao had already condensed the fire of the first. The power of the fire of the first was very ordinary. It was not used for attack in the first place. The lethality of the fire of the first was mainly reflected in killing weak people in one shot without hesitation. For strong people, it was the level of a sauna. The mysterious island opened for a month. The development of the mysterious island took another big step forward. The last time Amon appeared, someone posted it on the internet. This caused the mysterious island to experience a surge of tourists in the next few days. The daily number of tourists reached 300,000. After a few days, it started to fall again. However, it remained stable at around 150,000. This number was almost 4 times that of the Hawaiian Islands. Because of the existence of the mysterious island, the number of tourists in the Hawaiian Islands decreased sharply. It was almost less than half of the normal situation. The Hawaiian Islands also protested and even used the power of the media. Unfortunately, the mysterious island itself was a huge group of interests. The interests of the Hawaiian Islands were not as influential as the mysterious island in all aspects. Therefore, this kind of ridiculous accusation was meaningless. The two islands mainly focused on tourism. In the end, the final winner would be the tourists. In the short term, the mysterious island was undoubtedly the winner. In fact, in the long run, there was no reason for Mysterious Island to lose. The reason why the Hawaiian Islands were able to become a holiday destination was because of their excellent geographical resources. However, in today's world, a geographical location like the Hawaiian Islands was not advantageous at all. For example, in Southeast Asia, there were countless tropical and subtropical islands and tourist cities. Furthermore, the Hawaiian Islands were considered a high-spending tourist area. In this regard, the consistent policy of the Hawaiian Islands has been maintained very well. It was to emphasize the quality of the Hawaiian Islands. As a result, people often yearned for the Hawaiian Islands when they had the same amount of vacation resources. But now, a magical island had appeared out of nowhere. Other than the fact that Mysterious Island had a geographical environment that was not inferior to the Hawaiian Islands, Mysterious Island also had a unique environment. At the same time, it also had unparalleled biological resources. Among them was the world-famous guardian Amon. Amon was like a calling card that Wonderland handed to the whole world. Amon had also given the island a special mission. The Mysterious Island was mysterious and magical. The monthly GDP of Mysterious Island had already reached $300 billion. Chun Zhao and the other shareholders of Mystery Island earned a net profit of $4 billion. Of course, a large part of this income came from the fanatical fans in the early stages. It would stabilize in the later stages, but it would also last longer. According to the calculations of the board of directors, the first year's GDP would reach $2 trillion. It would also bring in more than $30 billion in net income for the shareholders. When this data was announced, the investment world was in an uproar. All the shareholders felt that Wonderland was the best investment they had made in their lives. Even though Wonderland was not listed, people had already evaluated it. At the same time, Wonderland was fortunate enough to become the asset with the highest valuation in the world. Of course, it was because of the amazing potential that Wonderland had displayed. Therefore, the shareholders unanimously agreed to increase the investment in the second and third phases of the Wonderland project. They would also increase the investment. These investments were all foreseeable returns. The traffic throughput of Wonderland was also an important factor that limited the island's growth. Therefore, the expansion of the airport and port was imperative. In addition, after a discussion with the mayor of Los Angeles, the board of directors decided to build an undersea road, a $15 billion undersea road. The road would be paved at the bottom of the sea, and the entire top would be paved with ultra-outstanding glass. It was precisely because of this extremely expensive investment that Mysterious Island and Los Angeles had become a link. A large portion of Wonderland's traffic would flow to Los Angeles. Los Angeles would also bring more tourists to Wonderland. This was a win-win cooperation. Although the investment was huge, the undersea road would also become a unique scenery. Recommend an app. Like the old book collection artifact has been revived. You can exchange all the original books. Of course, the construction of this undersea road was extremely difficult. Felwood Scott wanted to monopolize this huge cake, but they could not complete such a complicated and huge project alone. What Chun Zhao did not expect was that this project would be won by a Chinese engineering company. Chun Zhao did not participate in the decision of the bidding. This time, the bidding was from the most famous engineering company in the world. Chun Zhao also hoped that the best company would be in charge of this project. Therefore, even though he had a personal relationship with Felwood Scott, he would not be biased in this kind of thing. Unlike ordinary ground projects, the effects of the engineering products of a small company and a large company were similar. However, the undersea road did not only require a strong construction ability. There were many more problems to consider, such as the pressure of the sea. If any part of the road was hit by a bomb, even the slightest bit of damage would be a destructive blow to the entire road. However, the Chinese engineering company actually took a different approach and built a double-layer pipeline road. In other words, there would be 2 layers of glass. One layer would be at the outer layer and directly resist the pressure of the sea. The other layer would be at the inner layer. Even if the inner layer was damaged, the outer layer would still be there. It would not destroy the entire undersea road. In addition, to ensure 100% safety, the Chinese company also proposed a unique idea. They would hire spiritualists to add magical protection to the entire undersea road. It was also this suggestion that made the Chinese company stand out and win the bidding in the end. Chapter 32:28. Chin, I'm ready. I can bring the crew to China at any time. I still need to communicate with the other party. It'll probably be in 2 or 3 days. Since Stephen was ready, Chen Zhao had to let old John take action too. After confirming with Stephen, Chen Zhao immediately called old John. Old John, I'm going back to China in 2 days. You can start now. Sure. Old John was rather straightforward. At least they were quite satisfied with this cooperation. Chen Zhao felt that a piece of the Holy Kingdom in exchange for peace was too good. Old John felt that Chen Zhao was a wastrel. A piece of the Holy Kingdom in exchange for a small favor. This was like a pie falling from the sky. Old John quickly gathered his men. Then old John and the group of archbishops arrived in front of an ancient tomb. Old John waved his hand. The archbishops walked up and started setting up a magic array. They knew why old John was here. To release the king of evil spirits that had been sealed for thousands of years. They wouldn't question why old John would release the king of evil spirits. They knew that old John must have his own reasons. As for whether old John would fall or not, they didn't care at all. They knew better than anyone else. There had never been a true fall in this world. The so-called fall was more often an excuse to get rid of those who didn't agree. After the archbishops finished setting up the magic array, old John walked up and embedded a metal hexagram into the tombstone. Crack! There seemed to be a mechanical sound coming from the tomb. Before long, the ancient tomb was opened, but it wasn't an extra entrance. Instead, the tomb opened like a flower petal, revealing the seal inside. Old John walked up calmly and looked around. One of the archbishops nodded at old John. Old John placed the hexagram in the center of the seal again. In an instant, black gas began to seep out from the runes of the seal. The black gas gradually formed a terrifying ghost face. The ghost face pounced at old John without hesitation. But the next moment, blinding golden light exploded from old John's body. Old John clapped his hand and the ghost face collapsed. But not long after, the ghost face condensed again. Not only did old John's palm not hurt it, but it became even more solid after reforming. Old human, you're the current pope? Yes, I am. Did you release me as well? Yes. It seems like even a shepherd who believes in God will betray God. What do you want from me? Old John calmly looked at the evil spirit king. What can you give me? As long as you want it, I can give it to you, the evil spirit king replied. Well, then give me everything I want. Old John opened his arms. The Wraith King lunged at John Sr.'s body again. This time, old John did not attack the Wraith King. He did not even dodge. He allowed the evil Spirit King to possess him. The evil Spirit King was overjoyed. This human old man must have gone senile. He actually gave his body to her. This fellow was a genuine pope. As long as he controlled this body, he could do whatever he wanted. But after entering old John's body, he found that he could not control this body. How is this possible? How did this happen? The evil Spirit King didn't feel like it was controlling its body at all. In the next instant, a burst of holy light erupted from John Sr.'s body, directly expelling the evil Spirit King from his body. Seems like you can't give me anything at all, the evil Spirit King was furious. Old John was clearly toying with him. I will kill you. The black smoke on the evil Spirit King's body rumbled. The black smoke then turned into evil spirits, baring their fangs and claws as they lunged at Old John. Old John grasped the air with one hand, and all the evil spirits were instantly crushed. The evil spirit king was startled. He was so happy just now that he forgot that this guy was still a pope. Old John crooked his finger. Again, the evil spirit king's body suddenly collapsed, turning into countless evil spirits that fled in all directions. However, after the evil spirit king split itself up, the evil spirits all crashed into an invisible barrier. The 5 archbishops had already prepared an inescapable net. The evil spirit king wanted to split itself into parts to escape, but that was obviously impossible in front of Old John. The evil spirit king had no choice but to return to its original body. Old human geezer, let me out. Otherwise, I will kill all of you. Old John smiled at the evil spirit king. That's if you can do it, human old man. I possess an undying body. I know. Old John naturally knew the evil spirit king's origin. He also knew what he was capable of. The evil spirit king was very hard to kill. From a certain point of view, he did have an undying body, but this undying body wasn't absolute. In other words, there was still a way to kill him. There was a way in the past, and there is still a way now. And unlike the past, killing the evil spirit king in the past required a great price. Killing him now would only be troublesome. The evil spirit king saw that Old John was stubborn and powerful. Deciding to change his target, he charged straight at an archbishop who was standing at the foot of the formation. Golden tentacles suddenly extended from behind the archbishop. The tentacles wrapped around the evil spirit king and crushed him. The evil spirit king reformed his body again, but at the same time he was shocked. How could that archbishop be even more powerful than this pope? Even more powerful than the pope who once sealed him? The evil spirit king decided to change targets, the archbishop standing at the other end of the formation. As a result, that archbishop was equally arrogant. Golden light erupted behind him, and a golden god of war appeared, killing the evil spirit king with one slash. The evil spirit king felt stifled. Why were all the archbishops stronger than the pope? That's right, they were indeed stronger than Old John. At least in terms of individual cultivation, the 5 archbishops all had the power to crush Old John. Times had changed. The evil spirit king was powerful, but he had long since left this era. In this era, he was a terrifying existence, many times stronger than the evil spirit king. Even they were honest and kept a low profile. The evil spirit king still thought this was medieval Europe, although the spirit energy depletion period had just ended, because the church's influence was spread all over the world. Plus, the mainstream countries around the world were in a period of peace. So the church's power and believers had reached unprecedented heights. Plus, the spread of information and the spirit energy tide had come again. Many old cultivators who had been in seclusion had awakened again. So the current church was many times stronger than before, not to mention a mere evil spirit king. Even if there were 10 times more enemies, 10 times stronger enemies, they could still easily wipe them out. Chapter 32:29. Celestial Master, I'm John. Hello, John. What can I do for you? I want to ask you for a favor. John, if it's a problem that even you can't solve, I'm afraid I can't help you either. No, it's indeed a favor that only you can help. Tell me, what is it? In the Vatican, there's a vicious, evil spirit sealed. It used to wreak havoc in the Middle Ages for decades and was later sealed by our church. Not long ago, this evil spirit broke the seal and escaped. It's just an evil spirit, and your church can't destroy it? Jean Tiany suspected that John Sr. was joking with him. Why would an evil spirit need the church's help? You're not kidding me, right? It's not difficult to destroy this evil spirit, but it's difficult to seal it again. John Sr. knew that it was difficult to deceive him with a simple lie. Therefore, his words were mixed with lies. Is there anything special about this evil spirit? when he practiced Holy Spirit summoning. He didn't summon an angel, but a fallen angel. The fallen angel destroyed his body, and he took over the body of the fallen angel. A church monk taking over the body of a fallen angel is very evil, so he suffered the wrath of heaven. Half of his soul escaped from the body of the fallen angel and returned to the church. It has been in a deep sleep for hundreds of years, while the other half merged with the fallen angel's soul and became the evil spirit king. For hundreds of years, our church has been purifying the evil spirit king. It was progressing smoothly, but after the spirit tide began, the seal began to loosen. Until yesterday, he escaped the seal. Now he is trapped by several archbishops of our church. But if we want to seal the evil spirit king, we need your help. I see. Jean Tiany hesitated for a moment and said, Then I'll arrange it. I'll go over in a few days. It's at the Vatican, right? Yes, it's at the Vatican, but can you hurry? I'm afraid that he will escape. This evil spirit king is a great threat to ordinary people. He devoured tens of thousands of people in the Middle Ages, and every soul he devoured was an extra life for him. In other words, wanted to kill him completely? We'll need to destroy him tens of thousands of times. If he escapes, he'll become a big problem. But I've already sent a private plane to pick you up, Celestial Master Jean. Then all right. Jean Tiany couldn't refuse anymore. That evil spirit king was probably quite fierce. What could make old John so worried? A private plane to pick up Jean Tiany? John Sr. called Chen Zhao. Chen? Celestial Master Jean is already on his way to the Vatican. Chen Zhao was delighted. You want the plane to slow down? The longer the better. Oh, right. What if your plane crashes? I'll give you an extra divine kingdom fragment. Chin, the pilot is an ordinary person, and there are a few flight attendants on board. Then forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. What if it wasn't the crew up there? Chen Zhao even wanted to take a photo of the plane himself. After hanging up, he called Stephen. Stephen, get ready for our flight tonight. Tonight? So urgent? You should have at least told me beforehand. You and the entire crew's pay will be increased by 5%. Then I'm fine? I'll inform the crew now. As long as you're here. Just checking the machines and stuff. So urgent. Time is money, my friend. All right. Stephen hurriedly informed all the crew members of the filming plan. Stephen was the director and Chen Zhao was the leader. Thus, all the crew members of the Guardian of the Sea documentary accepted the project without hesitation. Chen Zhao booked a plane right away. He'd originally planned on using his private plane, but his plane was too slow. However, his plane was too slow. It originally took 20 hours to fly from the US to China. His big plane would take at least 40 hours. Thus, Chen Zhao booked the fastest plane. If Concorde wasn't retired, Chen Zhao would have booked it too. After a 20-hour flight, the crew was all very tired. Chen Zhao really hoped that they could film directly. However, if he said that, Stephen would probably fall out with him. So he'd let them rest first. Yi Ziqing, we're almost at the hotel. Get ready. Don't worry, boss. Yi Ziqing was still very happy. Chen Zhao had asked her to do something for him when he returned. Soon, a few commercial cars stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Yi Ziqing immediately walked up and opened the door for Chen Zhao. Boss. Yes. Yi Ziqing looked at Stephen, who delighted with Chen Zhao. She couldn't help but feel excited. Boss, is there something between you and Mr. Stephen? It's also a documentary project, Chen Zhao said casually. Is there anything else I can do? Nothing for now. Bring these foreigners to check in first, Chen Zhao said. Then he turned to Stephen. Go wash up. Then I'll take you guys to eat something good. An hour later, Chen Zhao brought Stephen and the film crew to a famous market in the city. The nightlife in America was completely different from that in China. The nightlife in the United States was mostly bars, nightclubs, or commercial streets. It was much more abundant in China, mainly because it was too safe. Even in the middle of the night, you wouldn't encounter any danger on the streets. In America, you could walk on the streets in the city. You'd encounter 3 robberies in an hour. 2 of them even had guns. One of them might just shoot you. In China, if you walked on the streets in the middle of the night, you'd most likely be sent home by the police. A group of foreigners who were tired of the nightclubs and bars were really attracted by the bustling food street. Every shop had something to offer. Shanghai was also an international metropolis, so it wasn't strange to see so many foreigners. Chun Zhao gave each of them a phone they could use in China. If they needed help, they could use this phone. Chun Zhao brought Stephen away. "Stephen, let's go see an old friend." "Old friend? China?" "Of course. Did you forget Wang He, who used to be your actor?" "Oh, I remember." In fact, Wang He often contacted him. But most of the time, it was Wang He who contacted him. It was basically the kind of greetings between familiar strangers.